Yeah, Someone's going to win the first one. Over there. Okay. Yeah, the other one he's going to
The sun is bright. It is humid. We must be in Houston, Texas. Hello, everybody. Welcome you in to tonight's broadcast. We got some 5-5 no limit coming your way. We'll update that graphic in just a second. As we join the action here, Wes Tucker and Rich Fink keeping you company. How you doing tonight, Rich?
Doing well. Thank you so much, Wes. Very excited for what is hopefully another action-packed day of 5-5 here at TCH Houston.
I know, absolutely. There's nothing short of stupid action when it comes to the 5-5 games we've seen here. You see Jaime making his way up to the scene now. Always a good addition to the table as well. Kind of offsets the characteristics of some of the other players at the table. We got more of the loose cannons like Catman, who's back in the 8th seat. And Jamie's always been one of those players that seemed to have Tim's number throughout the 5-5 games we've watched here in Houston, hasn't he?
Most definitely. Be interested to see how that plays out tonight on the field.
And a big howdy to you too, Jedi Master Ted. Hope you're as pumped up as we are as we get this graphic updated and ready to rock and roll. 5-5 is the game. Alejandro going to start things off in the box dealer-wise. And so when it comes to the higher stakes games, you know, because when we do streams here, we've done 5-5, we've done 5-10 here as well. So this would be considered a higher stakes game for the Texas Card House Houston stream, that is. How does the mentality change from jumping from 1-3 to a 5-5, maybe even a 5-10? You know, you've got more experience with those stakes than I do.
I do think that, you know, when you get more money on the table, you get more behind. There is a lot more that goes into these decisions, and I do think that you got to get to know the player types too, because for some players this is going to be a big jump up, but for other players, you know, putting all that money in is not going to phase them. So getting a little bit of an understanding of who's across the table from you is really going to benefit these players when it comes to possibly, you know, making some big hero calls or really putting players to the test.
And you want to talk about jumping stakes real quick. Back in the 5 seat tonight is Aki, a well-known 1-3 player and a big tournament player here at TCH Houston. So his first time up here on the 5-5 stage at TCH Houston. What are we expecting from Aki tonight?
Excited to see how he does. He's got a bit of a difficult table draw, it does look like, with a couple of pretty heavy action players behind him. So I'm sure he'll be put to the test, and best of luck to you. I hope that you're up for a challenge tonight, my friend.
And since we're talking about action players, of course, we cannot ignore Catman sitting in the 8th seat, making an absolute hero call pre-flop with 9 deuce of hearts just a week ago, ending up winning that pot outright. So the hand most people just double down and forget with. What kind of mentality goes into making a call like that for our 5-5?
I mean, hero call is a little bit generous with respect to 9 deuce there, but I will say that he did win the hand, so maybe a bit of premonition on his part, maybe just a man who likes to see some money get blown across the table. You cannot accuse him of not being willing to really get into hands and provide some great action for us to watch.
We're looking forward to it as well. As a matter of fact, during the first couple of hands you guys were playing, our producer leaned over and said he's contemplating a hero call with 8-3 of diamonds for $1,400 pre-flop.
Oh boy. Well, I would say that that's out of his range, but I have learned to know better than that. So.
Take a look there, things getting ready to rock and roll. And while we have a brief minute, let's go ahead and update you about what's going on next week here at Texas Card House Houston. And if you haven't heard, now you have. The Thursday bigger one makes its first appearance, a $50,000 guaranteed one-day tournament for the low price of $560. Rich, what do you think?
That does sound like a great tournament. I think it's going to be a really good week for people to come out that holiday weekend, and really excited to see what kind of action we get there. Starting at 6 p.m. Looks like you got 20-minute levels there, a couple hours to register, and I mean 50,000 guaranteed. That is going to be a really, really great opportunity to have a great kickstart to that next weekend.
And for all of our friends catching up with us in the Dallas area, we've also got a multi-day tournament, a $200K guarantee over the 4th of July as well. The first flight actually was today at 10 a.m.
Wow.
Matter of fact. So now the action has commenced down at the table as we just await things to go. Jack 6 to open things up for Dustin.
One go. Two raise 20. Four raise 75. Five, four.
And in there with the Queen Jack offsuit, HV coming back after a appearance a couple weeks ago for TCH Houston. And as we go over real quick, the red chips are going to be worth $5, the green chips $25, and the black chips are worth $100. We may see a couple of purple chips later in the evening worth $500. But we go heads up to the flop. Flop comes king high, 2 diamonds, top pair. Second pair for both players.
And that could allow Penn to get away from this, which would otherwise be a very dangerous board with that queen pairing. HV taking the active route, betting a little bit smaller, which I think is, I would like maybe a little bit of a bigger size if you did want to bet on this board.
Also drawing to a gutter ball with any 10s you see up there in the corner. 8 of clubs, not going to change much.
Would not be surprised to see this go check here.
Indeed it does.
And if Penn thought he was good, it's going to be really hard to think he still is, with essentially everything coming home on that. Even just an overcard of an ace making it.
Reality of the situation is now you're behind to any ace X. You missed all your gut shot draws.
You've really got to dig deep and find a lot of bluffs in order to make this call profitable. And he does lay it down.
I mean, should Penn have been a little more passive with it, probably could have played a flush there toward the river. But again, top 2 like that quickly, not going to get too much more action from anybody for that matter, even if a fake flush draw was what you were going for.
Yeah.
So take a look here at our lineup tonight. Matthew, Dustin, and RU coming on back through. Jamie, Aki, Catman, Penn, and HV. So a star-studded lineup for our table this evening. And a big hello to everybody choosing to spend their Thursday evening with us here at TCH Live.
Good action. You can find me playing on the 1-3 no limit. I'm trying to promote TCH Spring as well. Jam. Oh, sir,
The players referencing a pretty fun bluff that Jamie, aka Jammy, made last week. If you haven't had a chance, would definitely suggest that you go check out that stream or the highlights on TCH Live's YouTube channel.
Absolutely, a lot of great play. Unfortunately, was in the other side of the booth for it, so didn't get my real-time reaction, but wow, what a play it was.
Everybody paid $10.
Oh, 2 in a row?
Yeah, and this one is this is a small blind game. So
Jamie with the Brunson, 10 deuce, gonna stick around. Now he's gonna throw a little raise out there as well.
RIP, best of luck to anybody that's playing the Brunson aggressively.
Suited king now for Dustin, as well as Penn. So we will go 5 ways to the flop. The Texas heads up. Flop comes ace high rainbow.
Really not much going on for anybody here, which does mean that maybe some aggression from Jamie could pay off.
Definitely so there. We got backdoor diamonds for Penn with the highest percentage look at it right now.
It's betting very small. It looks like a quarter pot bet here. As he,
And backdoor draw to the nut flush. Going to the turn comes the 6 of hearts. So king high still way out in front.
Penn continuing very wide here is reasonable. Surprised to see that Jamie doesn't go for the double barrel there.
Running 6s pretty much seals everything for king high. Should he not be bet out of this pot? He's going to put in a good sized bet on the river as well. Bets 80, and that's going to scare him away. So those wondering why there is a big stack of chips on the button. They have elected to play the small blind bonus game tonight. So every time the button passes you, you are putting, I believe they're doing $10 each time the button passes you. You're going to put $10 on the button, and that bonus can only be won by the small blind. And when they're done, they just start right back over at $10.
And that game has been shown to create a lot of action on this stream over the last couple of weeks. Very glad to see that they're continuing it, and excited to see if and how that is going to affect the decision making of some of these players.
Absolutely that, and also when you play either stand-up or knit game as well, there's a little more at stake for you.
Yes, definitely.
Big fan of playing the monotone rule when it comes to the stand-up game. The board comes up, all spades, diamonds, etc. Everybody who was sitting down stands back up.
Well, that is an interesting twist that I have not heard, but I'm excited to implement the next time that I play.
Oh, for sure. It just frustrates everybody. You win that first hand, there's 6 players sitting down, all of a sudden you're standing up again. You're not safe anymore. Mark with 8x and now pocket 10s. Raise up to 20 from the low jack. Jammy gonna go ahead and raise again with king queen offsuit.
I thought that I saw an ace-king flash, which I'm assuming is going to be somebody's dead cards from someone who's not at the table.
Oh, you know that's going to be a 4-bet in that case scenario, especially
no doubt
in that later position behind Jammy. You even hear Jammy before the flop came out asking if he had something like 10s.
Saying it again.
To the river comes the 8 of diamonds, so that's going to lock it up for the 10s. And value bet. And there it is, just like you called it.
Wow.
Why are you asking me if I have pocket tens?
What the hell was that?
It was my game.
Definitely playing a mind game there to great success. Well, you very nice hand, my friend.
Does the metagame play more of an effect to player decisions in cash via tournament in your experience, Rich?
I think that's in cash. I mean, especially when we start to get to know the players. We've seen these, seats 6, 7, and 8 playing at the same positions for the last couple of weeks in a row. You do get the levels where, you remember hands that you've played previously, and you do get into some of these, multi-hand battles. It does really, really tax you and can make it very difficult. And you find yourself in some spots that you're not really used to being in, which I think is a little bit unique in comparison to tournaments where, if you're playing larger fields, you just, especially in this particular situation, you're not going to find yourself in the exact same configuration for, 20 to 30 hours or however many hours they've played on stream these last 3 or 4 weeks in a row in this exact same structure.
Very true, very true. As we take a look now at the percentage of hands going to showdown. Again, some of these players have been here a little longer than others, a little bit of a late showing crowd, and those familiar with the Houston traffic infrastructure problems we have out here, that should be no surprise.
Definitely not. Looks like Jamie's maybe going to walk that one off.
Oh, yeah.
Don't blame him.
4, 8, raise, 65.
Got a suited Robbie now for Catman. Going to raise the action to $65.
As we can see, Ryu's been opening and has seen some 3-bet aggression from both Jamie and Catman. Maybe recognizing that on the prior streams that we've seen, he does tend to open a decent amount of hands.
4 ways to a flop we go. Flop comes ace high, 2 diamonds, so HV with a flush draw.
And the straight draw there, just massive flop for him. Nobody with an ace, too.
Of course, Catman with bottom pair could get into a lot of trouble here, but hey now, the
Comes
diamond.
Ryu now with the queen high diamond draw. Might be able to call depending on sizing here. Pen, interesting lead out. I guess blockers to ace, king, ace, queen, which isn't really going to find itself here a ton.
And the big raise here with 6-5 of diamonds. Now, would you have waited maybe till the river to raise the action that much?
I do think that you want to charge the single diamond over cards. You want to charge things like 2-pair. I do really like it. It's a tough configuration given that he is next to act and he does still have 2 behind. He does see the fold there from the straight air, but cannot blame him for trying to get value there with what is a relatively exposed 6-high flush. Very nice hand, my friend.
All right, and a reminder, everybody at Texas Card House, Houston, 20K guaranteed progressive knockout bounty tournament every Tuesday at 6 p.m. $240 for a shot at a 20K prize pool and $100 a player. Why not? Why not?
A fantastic looking structure that they've got there. It's going to make for a ton of action as the tournament progresses. Very excited to see how those bounty tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to bring us through to a dealer change here as Catherine will step into the box for us this evening. And you know what that means. It's time for a double board PLO bomb pot.
Exciting.
Oh,
exciting.
definitely. I can see by the eye roll that you're so excited for it.
I think that it can be a very exciting aspect of dealer changes. Sometimes they do take a little bit long for my liking, but they are very action intense, which I do think is a big draw and something that you have started to see in more places in Texas, but I do think is a staple of Texas and of Houston poker rooms is the double board bomb pot at the dealer change.
Definitely, when we're constructing tournaments around it at Texas Card House Spring, I mean, wow.
You know that the game has made it when they're constructing tournaments around it, definitely.
And people are wondering why all these levels are half-hour levels for a tournament like that. Well, you'll see here from start to finish. I'm going to put a good line, maybe over under 13 minutes for a well-played bomb pot that is, a lot of action.
Yeah, we will see here. As we have mentioned previously, we have some players that are very willing to get large amounts of money in, and a couple of players that do play PLO as well. So could see an interesting hand here to help us kick off this night.
So 2 boards, 2 flops, if I may be more specific, coming your way. Flop 1 comes ace, 5, jack, 2 diamonds, and 2 hearts, queen, 8, 7 on the bottom board. Mark with a couple of spades in his hand.
Okay, right. 3 check, 4 check.
And for those wondering what the percentage is, the first percentage you see is the top board. The second percentage is the bottom board. You see there, Jamie with 33% on the bottom board right now. Doing so with the nut flush draw, as well as a pair of 8s.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
You can hear the voice of Jack Ryan there in the main card room. Big 1-3 staple.
Very recognizable, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Catman, very strong hand on the top with 2 pairs. 7 high flush draw is relatively weak for a double board bomb pot game, but as we can see, it is good if it gets there.
5 ways to the turn we go. 6 of clubs up top. Heart flush is completed for Jammy, holding the nuts on the bottom board as we speak.
And that does give him a draw to the straight up top with that 7 if it does come in. Although you do have a lot of cards that you want to fade given the diamond and now club draws that are up there. We do know that both of those are live.
Raise it.
I'm not sure if he saw the card or not. I think I exposed this card.
I didn't see it, but you can flip it if you want.
$200 to go from Jamie.
Hold up here.
Has been him up.
And it looks like in the process of folding, Catman exposed one of his cards.
Who thought maybe suit 7 saw it?
Fortunately, I wasn't able to make out what it
Two
was.
calls.
7 or
9.
blue 7.
Interesting to see Catman fold that, given how much he does like action, although this one is starting to get pretty big.
$1,140 in the pot as the club flush is complete up top for Dustin.
And we do see a 4-liner on the bottom,
Oh boy.
which does mean Penn has the flush on bottom and the jack high straight. Excuse me, flush on top, jack high straight on bottom.
7 bet. 400.
Probably going to see all the money get in here. And
Throwing the money like.
Dustin may be in a lot of trouble as he does call the 400. Penn, interesting. Not trusting enough in the jack high, thinking maybe the king or the queen high clubs are out there on top.
6 fold.
Always a fair assumption though in a 4-card game.
Very.
Top set.
All right.
Top
Yeah.
set.
So the only one not getting any money out of this pot, unfortunately, will be Dustin.
Clubs on the top.
A tough beat there for the club to come in.
Ace tray for heart flush on the
That
bottom.
is exactly what these hands are designed to do.
Most
Encourage a
definitely.
lot of action. Multiple players at Showdown just makes it that more gut-wrenching for everybody, not only at the table, but everybody watching at home as well.
Yeah, they can be very hard to watch. This was relatively little bloodshed in comparison to a lot of the ones that we do see here at TCH.
I mean, when you consider a $2,300 pot to be a little bloodshed, you know, you can imagine some of the things we've seen.
Puts things into perspective.
All right. Button sold.
We'll get things rocking and rolling again in just a quick second, but a reminder to everyone in the TCH family that the Poker Atlas Tour makes its next stop in Dallas, splitting time between TCH Dallas and TCH Social. And this time, the guarantee for the main event is $1 million.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. We are here and got a chance to watch Praise take down the main event here at Houston. And that was a $500,000 guarantee, was his first 6-figure score of his career as well. So congratulations in order, to say the least.
It's fantastic to see. I did see that he made a couple of deep runs in some World Series events as well. So putting that money to good use, and excited to see who the next big winner is at these events that we've got going on up in Dallas and in Las Colinas.
Oh yeah, you planning on any trips out there then?
I am not planning on any trips out there yet, but I'm telling you, looking at some of these structures, it's going to be hard for me to not make any plans. We got $1 million for that main event. The main event here, very well run, very exciting, a lot of action, a lot of fun players. Just a really good overall structure. Great job you guys did on that. I mean, if the events up in Dallas and Las Colinas are anything like these, we got a lot to look forward to. So I'm really excited for those tournaments that are coming up.
Are you with Ace-10 now? Maybe with the little suited gappers. 3-5 of diamonds wants to stick around. And Penn, why not? Best hand in poker. 7 deuce. He's suited. You can't fold 7 deuce
Honey,
suited.
it was suited.
6 players.
Got a lot of suited. In Penn's case, a 5-gapper.
Top pair for Dustin.
2 check, 3 check. 3 check.
In late position, I would anticipate a bet
7 check.
from him.
1 bet. 125.
It looks like 125
Pot
bucks is gonna
size
be the
bet. He's going to charge people. HV Probably wants to see another card. Is putting himself in a little bit of a precarious position, but as we see, does not get pinched by either Ryu or Jamie.
Heads up the turn, brings the Queen of Diamonds. So the pot would have thickened had the diamond draws had stayed in the hand.
Most definitely. We do see check, check. Not surprising.
Okay. Pairs the board with the queen, so queen's up, or Dustin will take down the pot. Queens and jacks, 9 kicker. Oh boy.
Sure, a check, check. Is hard for HV probably to find those bluffs on the river. Obviously the only way he's taking it down with the missed draw, but very, very difficult, especially when the board comes runner, runner, queen to pull the trigger there.
I mean, had he painted a narrative maybe of maybe barreling both the turn and the river, you could have sold the queen a little bit better. I mean, you're not going to call a $125 post-flop bet with just pair. You're maybe looking at a higher pair, maybe ace queen or better at that point at minimum.
Queen of spades was still out there, agreed. So could have definitely had that draw, but on to the next.
The VP's gonna pop up.
My VP like 6.5%.
Same hand now for RU. Ace 10 off suit.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, yeah. Last stream check.
And what's interesting about the game this evening is initially when they had started playing, it was a 1-3 no limit with no buy-in cap. So when everybody had bought in for a little over $2,000, so a couple players for $3,000, they just decided, you know what, maybe table stakes dictate raising the blinds back up to 5-5.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stream regulars for 5-5 out in Vegas, actually. And we talked to a lot of them. Sam out there making a couple of good attempts at the Millionaire Maker.
Best of luck to all of them out there.
Oh, yeah. Kojak off suit for HV. Mark with suited ace queen of clubs and ace 10. We'll all see a flop together.
And he does go very big with the 65 pre-flop, if our action tracker was right.
A couple of clubs for Mark. Top pair for HV.
Given the pre-flop sizing, I think he's probably going to go pretty big here, probably close to full pot. No, he does go smaller,
So 4 check, 6 check,
which I do really like, and
and 3 bet.
he takes it down
Takes it down.
with only ace high. Very nice hand.
Looks like our graphic was a little bit off. It was 8 tray deuce, 2 clubs.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Yeah, you could explain it to me 20 times.
Stu, we wish you the very best of luck, my friend. We'd love to see you out here at the tables in Texas. Absolutely. So, much different game out here than those who maybe have grown up playing in, California, Nevada, even Arizona for that matter. Everything's a little more, for lack of a better word, tame out there. We're the wild bunch out here in the Wild West.
You had mentioned that the players did decide to go up in stakes here given the stack sizes, but looking at these stack sizes, they are not unusual for 1-3 games that you can get here at TCH Houston or up at the Spring location. It does really change the game when you have 1,000 big blinds behind.
Definitely, especially deep stack poker is poker in its purest form. It's a beautiful game. Matthew with ace jack.
It does look like we might have a double straddle on here. They may have changed the game to 5-5-10.
Looks like they have, yes. Oh, negative. Just recording the straddle. I would not be surprised if at some point this evening, the stakes increase again, maybe around hour 2 or 3. That remains to be seen. Batman with the computer hand.
Thinking he can beat that computer. Let us see.
And the kill game is on now. For those who tuned in previous streams, you know that the kill game is also known as the bounty game. Every time a player holds on to that for multiple hands, after the hand is over, they are paid $10 from each player.
Those provide for some fun action.
Oh, definitely. As an ace will hit the turn for Matthew.
Does seem like we may see a bet here that'll take it down. Be interested to see sizing.
9 bet. 140. No,
Looks like it'll be 140, if I heard 120.
A little bit less than half pot. Given the hands we see, unless somebody really wants to get frisky, HV looking for that 4.
Looks like he is going to want to try and fish for a little bit here. Pretty sick situation in which Catman could potentially squeeze this with maybe a $400 raise,
Yeah.
but instead,
Little hard to bet into the pre-flop aggressor when the ace does come and they lead out for half pot there. And the board pairing gonna make it pretty hard, I think, for HV to get Matthew off of this one. It does mean that his jack is no longer in play. So any ace he's chopping with. Be interested to see if he tries to go for value here or if he allows HV to possibly bluff. He thinks better of betting.
Good check.
Aces and 9s.
definitely good hand, well played by Matthew.
You a 9 or what?
Going back to the comments now with Stu, you know, the East Coast poker scene, especially in the northern East Coast, definitely dried up a little bit out there. You don't see that many stops anymore, any tours at like Foxwoods or Niagara Falls resorts anymore. Instead, now it's all been focused on down to, you know, the Florida area. You know, every so often they have something at Borgata, but even that poker scene seems to be drying a little bit.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, referencing that Boston never had a casino, I did get a chance to go out to Encore Boston Harbor a couple years ago. I have heard, I'll call it mixed reviews on it since then. It's, you know, I think post-COVID they made some changes that not everybody appreciated. It is a, you know, beautiful casino in a great location, but can be not as fun for the poker scene as I understand it.
Oh, yep, exactly.
There you go.
I didn't think about that. See ya.
Yep, good job. I like it.
Bunch of Catman hands getting folded here in the early going. 10-4, 9 deuce.
I do like that Catman hand.
Okay. I'll try to get a jump on.
That's the great thing. Despite the hands we've seen him play on the stream, he's actually a very solid player post-flop. If you cannot beat him pre-flop, he will beat you post-flop.
Do not underestimate the Catman.
Catman with 5-4. Again, you know already in his head he's planning on turning this into a bluff.
HV has shown that he is pretty active. Does, as we see, have the best of it. Catman decides to lay it down.
Thank you. Seat 4 or 5?
Oh, glad to hear there's definitely some improvement going on out there for sure. I mean, I'd love to see the East Coast pick back up into the poker game. I really miss going out there to play in all these big tournament series.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Not as familiar with the tournament scene, but I have heard a lot of good things about the casinos in the DC area. Again, sometimes some mixed reviews, but I've heard that there is a lot of action that can be had out there.
Absolutely, 100%. And when it comes to, you know, the play style on the East Coast, it's generally kind of a good hybrid between, you know, Western style, California, Nevada, and Texas. They're aggressive, but they aren't maniacs like us down here.
The maniacs in Texas, yeah.
All right. We got, here's where we're at.
We're a different breed down here.
Reese for 25. Seat 2 made Reese for 50.
Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah.
So,
Mark with the King-8 offsuit to kick things off here.
We do have a restraddle, so it is 50 to go. Is the minimum. Ryu with his patented call, that I'm sure we will hear much more often today.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He wants to let everybody know when he wants to call a hand. Great
Catman
play.
Playing my hand
Great action.
Definitely. Now the quandary here, do you just flat with the best fit, or are you going to go ahead and raise it back up? And there's the answer right there.
I'm putting my hand on.
Yeah, Jamie is with the small blind game on as well. He is going to be raising wide. Tim does not want to allow some of these players that have shown that they will flat or double flat pretty wide to continue in the hand.
6, 7, 5, 2, 4.
Interesting situation for Dustin here with just ace high. His kicker not in the upper echelon of accompaniment for the ace of spades, but
mad because he maybe does recognize that Catman could be squeezing much lighter than typical. Obviously, we can see that ace queen is very up there, especially in his range.
2 fold.
He's like, oh, I'm leaning for 50.
the interesting thing here, a suited gapper like this for Jamie. We'll see if he elects to even see a flop with it. At this point, it's going to be hard. That's a lot of pennies right there to make.
Yeah, very hard to put 475 more into a $1,000 pot out of position
Ace, ace.
against the player that's going to put you to the test. This one.
No flop.
Ace 10 off. No and the kill. And the small blind. Ace 10 off.
How often did Jamie and Catman actually play together? It honestly wouldn't have surprised me to see maybe a 5-bet jam as well. But, you know, unfortunately, this time Catman had something.
Yeah, but next time, odds are that he won't. Especially now he has called that he has not only the small blind there, but also the kill button on him. We'll be very interested to see how much he, quote, widens up his range. If that can ever describe a Catman decision.
Oh, you should shove.
We take a look here at the stack sizes and earnings value.
He played ace 4.
The big earners so far this evening. Again, most of this took place in a $1,300 bomb pot that happened to be before our broadcast began. Was the first hand that this crew had played together so far, and you can see down there HV was on the receiving end of the whooping, to say the least.
Has a big stack behind though, and as we've seen already, these players are very willing to get it in, so would not be surprised to see them break the red to the green.
Hit the straddle, man. That's what happened. Hit the straddle. No problem. My fault. They go for it. Hold on.
Hockey was my favorite hand, 10-9 suited. Unfortunately, he's going to be smarter than I am most times and throw it away. And now, the man with the target on his back wakes up with Jack Deuce.
Hey, I might flop it.
Seven deuce.
Old I can suck out mentality, always in the tool bag of Catman.
Oh, most definitely.
They're talking about the hand dream.
Flop comes 10-6 tray, 2 spades.
Never gonna be a check.
One over here to Dustin. Definitely going to bed after Catman's pre-flop antics. Takes it down.
I want to go ahead and just highlight the fact that it was a $100 bet into an $80 pot.
Noted for the future, definitely. Although if there's anybody you want to go for good value against, it might be P-Day.
No, actually.
Oh, well, you got Jack? No, I got Deuce. And a Jack. You call me a Jack Deuce? Uh-huh. Jack Deuce. Uh-huh. My bad. My bad. It was suited. I got blocked. I got blocked.
9 small blind.
I have blockers to the straight. I'm blocking your straight.
Definitely something we look forward to every week is just how often these players take jabs at each other after the hand. He may even take jabs at himself during that verbal exchange.
He is not one to shy away from self-ridicule.
He said it's cool, man. He's gonna raise.
HV consistently hitting these suited almost connectors. Running into a big hand here, pocket jacks.
Oh boy.
20, 40.
20 plus 40, so
Just put the
60
rest
plus
in, man.
40. One to go.
It's gonna be a repop for sure from RU.
It does look like he has just flatted.
Oh, it does. Oh my goodness. Who gave
Oh,
Catman Kings?
wow. Oh.
My.
8 re-raise. Make it 460. 9 full.
And Catman really going for it. Going to take advantage of the image.
Hey, don't blame me.
560
Sometimes I hit.
total 2 call.
Am I the only one hoping that 10 wakes up with
Oh,
aces?
460.
With a big blind here.
I think I said it right first.
Whoa, what you do?
Alright, 1 called.
And Dustin wants to get in there.
2 called.
Oh, you call me Jeff News again? The goose? No.
He has shown that he is very willing to see flops.
I know. Don't worry. I know what it is.
I'll get you.
HV with queen 10 of clubs. Can't really see him continuing much further.
On top, yes.
He does look like he is thinking about it. But it is hard to see how you have many outs here, and as we can see, he would be drawing very thin with his clubs covered. And no overs.
Now, Aki with the jacks. Shocker. They're going to move it all in.
Stack size is so small, it's a no-brainer decision. Ryu does want to see 3 more.
So some side pot action brewing between RU Catman and Dustin.
35.
Aki going into the
35
main.
in the main.
So a big bloated pot here. Pre-flop, $1,731 bucks.
Very soon.
Just stand by.
It's another Thursday night in Houston.
Okay. Bring it in 235.
Chips on pre-order.
235.
Be very interested to see what comes on this board.
Aki is all in pot 1. Pot 2 is over.
Again, the jacks are all in. Action for all of the other players.
1 all in.
Keyword.
Effective stacks close to 2,000.
Oh, wow.
Very interesting.
5 is all in.
No club. Don't really see Dustin continuing much longer. First bet, he's going to go ahead and pitch it.
The side pot is, or excuse me, the main pot relatively locked up. Still playing for that side pot. A little hard to see. Are you anything but checking? He does check, and Tim very logically checks back as well.
Oh no. My hand's too strong. Oh my god.
6 check. 8
Holds the
check.
king of hearts in his hand, so not as many cards or hands you can get value from with a bet as well.
Bet 675.
Paired board now.
Very interesting decision here from Dustin, leading out into a pretty small side pot. My math is correct comparatively.
Leading out for
We're
675.
playing 1-3. I don't know what this is.
This is not 1-3. You should
And
have listened to
Aki's got it
1-5
locked up
by
right
minimum.
now with jacks full of 5s for the main
Yeah.
I
pot.
mean, yeah, no.
Would love to see the numbers on this side pot though.
I get sick for 1 month.
A little hard to see Tim folding to 1, but
Tim, warn me
against
next time.
Dustin in particular.
I'll bring more cash.
8
There it is.
called. 675.
Good luck, boy. Appreciate it.
3 players. 1
All right, so heads up in the side to the river. And there's the ace of spades. This could dramatically slow the Catman down.
I do think that the ace of spades, you know, he is scared of Dustin probably having an ace. That makes it much less likely. Dustin could certainly be betting a 5 on that turn. I do think Catman's going to call when Dustin shoves.
1 bet all in.
I think you're going to see a call here. He does block some of the logical bluffs,
You got an
but
ace.
There it is.
8 called.
You got an ace, right? No, I don't. Got king out.
So a little under $5,000 this pot became as Aki goes ahead and slams it down.
making sure that that second jack was not mucked.
Trying to steal one from you, Tim. 7-15.
Get the main pot. Let's go.
7-15.
715. 15.
Main
The
pot.
Catman
Main
making
pot
a
is
great
mean.
call with kings. And first thing he said was, "You got an ace, you're
Main
good."
pot.
Yep.
Tim gotta explain what the men buying is, man. You
That's what I'm
can't
saying.
have
Tim, you gotta let me
300,
know. Right, I would have brought more, so I can, I can win all the.
That's
everybody.
true. Aki only bought in to tonight's game with $400. So definitely the short stack going into starting things, and now
Yeah, he didn't tell me who was on the lineup.
skyrocketed up a little bit. He's now at 883, and meanwhile, Catman makes a nice little
It's great doing
profit of
business with you again.
Thank you very much.
Very nice hand to both of them.
All right,
Seeing the flop set of jacks pulled up this time as opposed to last week where we had an absolutely killer start to our stream. Definitely go back and check that out if you haven't seen it already. But it might make you a little bit scared, I should say more scared, to play pocket jacks than you already are. I know that that's a hand that is rather polarizing. Wes, I'm not sure if you have any particular thoughts with respect to the
That's what I kept
jiggities.
trying to say to you.
These white cards.
You know, people say there's hundreds of ways to play jacks. None of them are correct. Whether you call them ace magnets, whether you call them, you know, 14th pair, I think I've heard them called before as well. But, you know, it's a nasty hand. Statistically, you're ahead more times than not when you wake up with them. But definitely does seem to be one of those cursed hands, especially when it comes to tournament play.
Yep.
Especially
Yes.
in tournament play.
And find yourself in really difficult situations with pocket jacks in tournaments.
And Faison, thank you for saying something, because I sure wasn't.
Stu Gott's little premonition there, calling that jack before it
I think
came.
we talk about this a lot.
The button's in seat 9.
Both of us, we don't like to vote. You know, we
Said,
don't.
all right, look, you got an ace, good job.
All right, so 4 raise for 20, 5 call 20. Thank you. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 raise, made it 55.
Like
9
we're singing a
fold.
song out there. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, call! All right, Catman with king, queen suited.
2,000 back.
He does seem to like these, what about like 2.5, 2.75x raises here.
Correct. 2,000 back.
Dustin with ace 8, the dead man's hand.
Trying to bring it back.
Feel the spirit of Doc Holliday right now.
5 fold.
Here you go.
Like, you don't see Tim doing anything but calling.
No, definitely in this case. Gonna go heads up to a flop. The kill card in the middle.
Do you stack yourself?
And Catman outflops Dustin. Eric Queens with a diamond redraw, or diamond flush draw. Apologies.
Dustin leading out here for a pretty large size. 3/4 pot.
And the Catman has put the mask on now. A little tribute to Phil Hellmuth there.
Call 3. Pot's light 3. Heads up.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
And if Catman didn't think that he was winning yet, very hard to see him getting away from this one in any stretch of the imagination. Be interested to see if Dustin goes for it again.
I have never seen the Catman stay this still for this long. I'm actually kind of worried we should go send someone to make sure he's okay. There we go.
8 bet, 200. 1 call.
Does go very small. 5th pot, just forcing Dustin to call with anything.
Now
And that
Queen's
could be a
fold.
very bad card for Dustin.
Quick bet of 200.
Tim just trying to get anything that he can from this exact hand. Ace high, lower pairs.
I mean, if he did in fact have the queen that he was so fondly representing on the flop, the worst that could happen right now for the Catman is a chop. So you got nothing to lose at all by trying maybe a little re-raise there, try and get another 200 out of him, min click.
965.
I will say that Dustin did river quad 3s last week. Again, check out that stream if you haven't seen it already. Tim is not deterred.
1 call 960.
Dustin does want to look him up if he is high.
Very interesting, to say the least, as Catman drags another $1,700 pot. And Faison, I'm so glad you asked, my friend. We have open seating lists. If you want to put your name on the list, you're more than welcome to come on in, my friend. We always love having new faces at the table. I love making new friends here at TCH Houston.
Of 7,000, and then I down.
So that's 2 hands in a row. Not 2 hands within a 5-minute span, but 2 hands in a row. We've seen some awkward storytelling from Dustin in the 1 seed. What do you think's going on right now with Dustin?
I do think that a lot of it is the history that he has with Catman in particular. These players have both shown that they're very willing to get in the hand. Catman has shown he's very willing to call down. I am a little bit interested to hear the decision making behind the blocker bet on the river there. 200 into about a $1,500 pot there. But I feel like that has to be a lot of what's going through his mind, is that he does have a lot of history with Catman, and we have seen that Catman can expand his range, possibly get a little out of line at times. Dustin maybe just trying to keep him in check. Maybe a little bit too much so.
This guy's ready for the pain.
Jamie with the ace or offsuit going to raise action, and Catman waking up with yet another raise hand. Jack offsuit. Dustin with the same hand that got him into trouble not 30 seconds ago. Ace 8.
That 1,000 is good for next hand, not this hand. All right, the 1,000 back is not for this hand. See, 1 raise, play for 2.
Same hand, same bet.
Yeah.
See if it works out better for him. Good luck, my friend.
Well, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, I mean, in this case, we may want to visit the definition of insanity. Penn with Queen 8. Going to say no thank you. Action will go back to Mark, who is not in his seat. Put in a bet with Ace Jack.
8 raise.
So it's going to be up to the Catman again to dethrone Justin.
It does sound like they may both be all in.
Enough to put them all in, exactly. And 1 called with
For 335.
And here we go.
5. That's right. Heads
So we
up,
got a
all
coin
in.
flip.
Pardon me, a little bigger than that. Total pot over 1,000.
Wow.
Heads up, all in.
Justin holding on with the best of it. Does have to fade a lot of outs here. Although we can see a decent amount of them are dead.
That one.
That was not. Now Dustin needs to catch up. He cannot hit his fade, unfortunately. Oh, he can't hit the 7.
Yeah, you get so fucking lucky.
And that'll do it.
Damn, every time, bro.
We'll take down Dustin 3 hits in a row.
Sometimes somebody just has your number.
God damn it.
Oh, 10 bucks, hey, man.
You were supposed to stay.
Oh, and he's got the button. Everybody's got to pay him a little bonus.
You're
Got a
right.
better hand.
That
That was a head.
I'm sorry.
That's all I can do is.
Wait.
So everything is
You have to
coming
pay
to
$10?
Catman. So far as we take a look at our stack
I know,
earnings,
but we
he's sitting
can't
on a
take
big
no
stack.
Barrel,
Under 8 grand now.
28. Barrel's on 28.
And Dustin throwing the party forks thus far down 4K.
So you gotta reach down here and get it.
The second
Is this everybody's $10?
most depleted stack, as we see there, is HV, who's down just under 2. So quite a differential there between first and second. And not that anybody competes to throw the party every night, but you know, I mean, tonight they seem to be throwing in some good numbers there. Look at our aggression frequency, very out of character for Aki. And normally we see his aggression up near the top, near where Jamie and maybe Dustin would be at this point. Do you think that has something to do with this being a 5-5 stream?
It could be. It could also be some of the hands that we've seen him in. For example, with the pocket jacks, I am a little surprised at the aggression frequency because I did think he raised that hand before having to call the all-in. But he's, 18 hands into a stream. There's a lot of variance that you can experience over the course of 18 hands, and we haven't really seen him wake up with hands that are near the top of his range besides that one hand where he more than tripled up. Always good to do that.
I would rather get him the
Hockey
10.
with a Catman hand, 6 deuce of clubs. Gonna go ahead and throw it away.
That sounds personal.
And just on cue, how about the 6-3 offsuit? Gonna warrant a call.
Raise
I was like, Tim, hey.
25.
Have to defend that kill button anytime you have it.
Absolutely you do.
2 called. 3 called.
Raise up on a suited capper.
Right here.
6-4 for Dustin. Do it in spades. And the Catman is going nowhere, so 4 ways to a flop we go. And ace tray 8, so Catman out flopping everybody with a pair of trays.
TCH.
What?
4 players.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna head on focus right
Does check around.
Shockingly, remains ahead after the turn as well. 9 of spades makes an appearance. Dustin
30.
picked up the flush draw.
3 folds. 8 calls.
Catman gonna stick around.
1 call.
Dustin with his flush draw not going anywhere. So 3 ways we go to the river.
Meow.
And wow, the jack.
10.
4-10.
Here.
Check round. Tim tables the 3s triumphantly, only to be shut down by the jack.
I was ahead the whole time.
Can't slow play that 3, Tim. You should know better than that.
God, young donkey.
You got 3-6. What you in the hand for? $25. What you there for? Donkey ass. Lucky as hell.
Hey, this means a lot. Okay? This means a lot. I'm
Thank you.
telling you, this
Thank
means
you.
a lot. When you hold that, you basically playing everybody.
Thankfully, best hand won.
Yes.
On this stream.
Right, something. We got one.
Not always the case in this game that we've chosen to play together.
Bomb pot. Thank you guys.
And we got another double board PLO bomb pot coming in as we say goodnight to Miss Catherine and welcome in Eddie.
Somebody bring this guy a Nick bottom, please.
Where is my route?
He can't
I
play
think
bomb
I
pots
just
against
heard a little rumor that a Nick game may be starting.
It might have just been Catman trying to needle after losing that hand and trying to take out his anger on some people that he thinks aren't playing actively enough. I'm not sure that I've ever said that about Jamie. But
Hey, I paid back your money last
Hey, why
week.
you shave your beard, man?
I pay your money back all to you and let you win last week too.
Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah. Hey,
Referencing that quad 3
money
stuff
always
idea
goes
that we were talking about a little earlier. Decided to run it twice, if I remember correctly. Hit a flush on both boards, but a river tray on the second board ended up making it a chop. Absolutely sick. I think it was David. That was,
David did have Queen 9 of clubs. Hit the club on both boards, as you mentioned.
Already.
Tim's ace king really shriveled up after his it was either a 3 or 4 bet pre-flop. He had the fold on the flop, which came Jack 8-3, I believe. Michael's top set of jacks. 2 clubs out there. We go 3 ways all in, and as you know it, a 3 miracle 3 for Dustin on the bottom board. Give him half of that pot after David did turn the clubs on both boards. Fantastic hand, definitely worth watching.
plenty of clubs and plenty of 8s.
Hey, everyone's good.
Answer your question, Queso. It's going to be either on the TCH Live YouTube channel, or you can go to just the Texas Card House YouTube channel. Odds are it's going to be on one of those two.
I would have went to the bank had you told me.
You can still go to the bank.
No, I can't. I cannot.
You can withdraw
The
from
bank I
ATM.
keep all the money I gamble with. It's not. It's not one of those.
King 9
3 folds, 4 folds.
of
So what about
clubs
ATM?
for Dustin.
You said what?
I pay the fee for you.
Oh, now you
There
want
we
to pay a
go.
fee.
We go
Withdraw, I
4
pay you.
Now
ways
you want to pay a fee.
to the turns here.
If you withdraw from ATM, yeah.
Very interesting, as the deck seems to be reading 2 9 of clubs. We know that's incorrect.
So we all may be playing with some mystery hands here.
Definitely so.
Check, check. 1 bet's 125. 2 calls.
regardless if it is a 9 of spades in Dustin's hand, you still got the second nut flush draw with the king 6 of clubs, but even the 6 is reported on the board.
And 10 with trips on both.
How sick would a queen on each board be right now?
Oh.
I thought I had willed something into existence there, so
So we are playing with a definite mystery hand of Dustin's. Not sure what he has here, but this could make for a very interesting reveal if and when we do see his cards.
including the 9 of spades, which we initially thought could have been misread in Dustin's hand, hit the river on the bottom
Put
board.
it on the bottom, and I got a flush on top.
Aki will scoop.
Got a straight on bottom.
I got a straight on top. Oh, I did. I'm tripping.
Jack high straight.
But it doesn't matter. Here's a flush.
Pretty slick slow roll there, Aki. Gotta love it.
And I got a flush on the top. Yeah.
It does look like Dustin maybe has a better flush on top based on how they're talking.
Chop, huh? Chopping? Yeah, chopping. I'm okay with chopping.
I was hoping to set
King of clubs.
7 over there.
I was hoping. Why you ain't dropping 8 down there? I could have just.
He got quads.
He got a headache.
Very interesting, to say the
Why
least.
you getting?
I guess we'll never truly know
They didn't drop
what
a
went
jack
on
down
with
there.
this
I would've
bomb
had.
Sometimes a little
Jack, I need a
mystery
jack.
adds to
I
the
still have
intrigue.
full
We have trips.
I didn't pull out.
I mean, when it comes to bomb pots in general, it's so much harder to put someone on a particular hand, so it's not like you and I can go into the tank with them. So to speak.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wait, I want the $100 too.
Looks like it was chopped up, however, between Penn and
Okay, with
Aki.
all red chips, you don't get that option.
So we will move on to the next one. But before we do, a big reminder that next week at TCH Houston, we've got the bigger one coming up. A little modification on the big one we host every Thursday here at TCH Houston. A 50K guarantee one-day tournament. And definitely some of the feedback that was got after the after score was we want more big guarantees that don't have to go to day 2.
Yeah, and it sure looks like you're giving it to them at $50,000 for a $500 buy-in. 30K chips, got some playability there with those 20-minute levels. Very excited to see how that tournament shakes out.
I like
That's what I said.
to, I like to test my talents.
He got to let me know now what the minimum is, because I don't, you know.
Well, he told me.
I ain't want to
1-3.
jump out there. Yeah, but
No, he said
Numbers
1-3.
there. Let's just quickly go.
6 folds.
No. It's been 1-3 for the longest since they
Yeah,
started.
he did. King will be up
I
scoop.
got to them all too.
Catman has left the table as well.
Before this, hold on, wait, Teddy, were we doing 1-3 before this on live stream?
Yeah.
Did we not do 5 to 20 as soon as it started?
Teddy,
Second,
Teddy,
Second it started,
did
we
we
went 5 to
did we not
20.
have?
We've done
No. We've had like 5 games of 1-3.
Yeah. 1 raise is 60.
I'm letting you know, the last 3 I played, it was 5 to 20.
2 folds.
No, I'm with you. I'm just letting you know
the
it's
first
been.
game I came in, I had to buy in for over. I thought the game was already high, so I
3
didn't know.
calls, 4 folds.
Glad to see that Mark is awake over there.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Like that.
Got a little nervous for a while.
I was
Well, that's what I
had
asked
personally
him. And he
seen
never
how
he
it
told
was
me.
playing so far. We see here flop comes 6 tray king with 2 clubs.
Dustin has shown that he's willing to bet these single Broadway boards.
3 calls.
Well, we've also seen him willing to put a lot of money in on very slim chances as well. The 4 of hearts graces us with its presence on the turn.
Dustin does continue. Goes 175, much larger. About 2/3 pot. Gets a very quick call from a player that's been pretty tight, but does river that magical jack.
Yeah, I bet.
1 checks. 3's all in.
Oh,
1 checks, 3 all in.
but that damn king, I got a flush draw open-ended.
So that's gonna.
Now Tim comes to sit down.
What just happened there?
Not sure what exactly we just saw there. If Dustin did in fact have Jack 6, I'm not sure that he's folding to that jam.
Still didn't read
Oh,
that.
that solves it. Looks like RFID picked up a 5 of spades on the river rather than a 6. Interesting. Interesting to say the least, as the table has gone back to being full once again. Both Catman and RU back from their breaks.
He's just doing 20 more. I'll double straddle next time.
Look at our stacks now. Mark sitting on the short stack at 865 after what looked to be a double up on the last hand, if you believe what everything is on there. And only one player sitting below 4 figures in the stack right now. And we were talking a little bit before the broadcast started about the way poker was intended to be played, deep stacked and crazy. And we're getting a lot of that here this evening, to say the least.
Yes, we are always good when you see a couple players that are very willing to get it in there. Mix it up with some hands that you might not see on typical pre-flop charts, but will make for a fun opportunity to see some chips start flying. And we've definitely seen that from a couple players here so far.
Dustin with the pocket tens.
His image does make it a lot more likely that he can get max value from a hand like this on good runouts.
I mean, evidence of 2 callers. He was called with 5 deuce, as well as queen 6 from Catman. And flop comes 8-8 jack 2 diamonds.
Check. One bets 300. 6 folds.
Does go full pot here. Be interested to see with the queen high flush draw, backdoor straight, what Catman decides to do.
Goes back to the Hellmuth tribute.
Let's kill one time, see how he comes.
8 calls.
It's going to be a flat call here to the turn. Tray of spades.
8 checks. 1 check.
Discipline check back, possibly hoping that Catman will bluff miss diamonds here.
8 bets 400.
And it looks like he will.
Be surprised to see a fold here from Dustin. I think he's going to look him up. He doesn't necessarily like it, but good call, my friend. Very nice check back on the river. Or turn, pardon me.
Definitely so, as the tables turned a little bit in that hand, as Dustin robs the Catman and drags in a second clear
You're far from it. He owes me, what, 3,000 now? A little more than that? Not that much. Not that much. You bet 960 something on me.
That was just one street.
That was one hand. That was one street.
One street of
one
one hand.
street. What are you talking about?
No.
Your stack grew because of me. Not yet. Not yet.
Hey, you're right. You're 100%
Dustin
right.
trying to start that slow climb back up Chip Mountain.
I had 6-8.
Up to the top where we see Catman residing right now.
As you heard Catman say, he's only down about 3 grand.
Standing up the games. That's all.
Only down 3 grand.
Everything in perspective.
Daryl was good.
I did. That's what I was just like, you know.
Does sound like we got a double straddle going here for 20 on this hand.
Non-existent. That's what I asked my heart. The last time I saw that. Where's my heart?
Well, if you will remember the Wolfgang poker stream we had a couple months ago, we had the round the table straddle, got up to I believe it was a $400 straddle at that point. It was a beautiful thing to behold, and wound up with a very anticlimactic finish of everybody folding to the big straddle.
8 folds. 9 folds.
I will say, not something that you see every day, but with some of those players that were in that stream with Wolfgang, not surprised at all to see triple straddles or more in the games that they like to get in on.
3 ways to the flop. Flop is king high, rainbow.
6 checks.
So Jammy flopping the best of it.
Do like maybe a third size pop bet here.
I'd say that's roughly around the right way to go. There it is,
15
$120.
gets snapped by Interesting card. 8-10 comes in. 10 queen. 9 jack.
7 checks.
Probably a good check there.
Does have one blocker to the higher straight, holding the queen of clubs in his hand.
Back, hurry up. Hurry up and back.
If he's looking to raise here, I think it's against this opponent in particular.
700 back.
7 raises,
Well, a 10 would spell absolute disaster
Oh yeah,
for Dustin.
Yeah, we're just doing okay.
a very good call.
The river, and there's the 6 of clubs.
Doesn't really change much. Jamie with 805 behind, less than a half pot size bet left. Does he think that Dustin is going to call him as light as a worse king, which is a little hard to come by here? Maybe king 10.
but 7's all in.
He will go ahead and throw it all in. Dustin with just a pair of 7s to his credit.
Hard to find hands that you're beating here. Ace queen.
At best, the 7s became a bluff catcher after breaking the river.
Just far too few bluffs that I can see on this board for Dustin to justify a call with 8-7. 8-7 possibly being a hand that you do want to use as a bluff.
He's cutting out a call, it looks like. Oh boy.
This could be getting max value from your image here. Jamie showing that he's been willing to make some very big bluffs in hands that Dustin has seen over the last couple of weeks.
And you are not beating a lot. You are beating maybe a rivered pair of 6s. That's about it at this point.
Good fold, my friend.
Very good. Gets the pot and the kill button as we move on to the next one. So the story behind the kill button was it was the first thing that I could grab when they decided they wanted to play a bounty game. Now, I was flooring that night. They said, "Can you find us something to use?" I said, "Sure." I went back over, and the first thing I saw was a kill button. I said, "That looks pretty appropriate for a bounty, maybe." Threw it on the table, and now it's become a card that they're using every day.
Worked out very well and is going to create some action on this hand as we see Jamie has the kill button as well as the small blind is really going to incentivize him to 3-bet light, which I don't know if he needs any incentive to 3-bet light out of the small blind, but if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
I'm sure I'm going to catch a bunch of scrutiny from all the limit players that watch our stream here, just telling me that's not what the kill button's for. Trust me, everybody, I know. Dustin waking up with ace jack now. And Ken with the high suited connectors ends up throwing them away. So under the gun +1, I mean a little, I think that's a little nitty for a cash game fold.
I will say that a raise to 110 is a very, very large raise.
6 calls.
You are going to be in position, but you haven't seen anybody else act yet.
7 calls. 8
You're going to find yourself in some very difficult spots to manage post-flop. Jamie does not disappoint getting in there with 9-4 of diamonds.
Ends up flopping the best of it too.
Why we should never have been surprised.
No, not at all.
6 bets, 275.
And Ryu going over 3/4 pot here. Double backdoors. That's the best hand to fold.
7 calls.
That's the second best hand to fold.
Beautiful. First to bluff in this particular instance. And we talk about the power of late position all too often, but the power of early position can be just as devastating if you know how to use it.
The first mover advantage, as they say.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, a big thank you everybody for spending your Thursday evening with us here at TCH Houston. We're about an hour 15 into the broadcast. Hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. And a big reminder to everybody that coming later, not too much later, but later in August, 17th as a matter of fact, the Poker Atlas Tour makes its second stop since its conception. It's going to be $1 million guarantee August 17th through September 4th, splitting time between Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social. Haven't got a chance to check out TCH Social myself just yet, but I hear it's a fantastic card room. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
It does look absolutely beautiful. Have not had a chance to look either. But I'm very excited to hear about all the amazing action that's going to be coming up on that Poker Atlas Tour.
Oh, definitely. River Rat, we love you too, man. You're what makes fun broadcasts like this possible. Flop comes 9 high, a couple of hearts.
8 checks. 1 bet.
Second pair for Dustin.
Dustin and Ryu both getting some of this flop, and Tim doesn't really need to get any to get in the hand.
6 raises 400.
And we are getting a little bit out of line here with about a 2/3 pot bet and then a min click for Ryu. Yes, it does look like we may have just gotten all in.
Yes.
No, they might.
A little insight there from Wilfram
No, they said.
on
You know what? Go ahead.
the playing habits of Dustin there a little bit, as we saw him rip it here with just a pair of 7s. Comes the tray of diamonds, not going to change anything, and to the river, the 4 of clubs, so the 9s will hold up as Dustin will once again find himself felted. Third time in a half hour that Dustin's had to reach into the fanny pack to grab a little more cash.
Bit of a tough start to the stream for him. He did have a great week last week.
Oh, definitely so, yes.
Hoping that things turn around for you, my friend. But nice hand to Ryu. Getting maximum value with that 9-5.
And because I know you're tired of hearing me talk about it, let's let the computer do the talking for you. Back in 20 seconds. I always look forward to the fireworks of the summer myself, and this is actually going to be my first summer in Texas. So what am I in for, Rich? I heard it's absolutely crazy out here.
I mean, you've already seen it recently. You are in for some heat. There is no doubt about that. Make sure that you're staying hydrated and really going outside for the bare necessities, maybe a little bit of grilling. Walk the dog kind of thing, but make sure that you are staying nice and cool and hydrated in some beautiful places like this TCH Houston location that they've got here. Fantastic setup. I would say that it's cool inside, but this action is really heating up so far.
Definitely so. Heating up like my kitchen when I tried to cook last night, 104 degrees.
Boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Got to be careful there.
Oh yeah.
Buttons in 8. 2 folds, 3 folds. 5 folds. 6 calls.
You with King 8. Wants to see can't price out the Catman for $5.
No shot.
No shot. Oh, we go 5 ways.
First hurdle is even
Do the flop. Texas heads up. Queen 7 deuce, 2 hearts.
9 checks. 1 check. 6 checks.
Here are deuces
7
for Jamie out in front.
The big aggression. Not going to get through yet. I did hear one call.
9 calls.
Never count out the backdoor trips.
It's a $5 bet from Jamie, as a matter
He
of
is
fact.
calling out what he needs. Backdoor trips here. Although maybe he doesn't know how many good outs he has, that being one of them. But Ryu, with the better kicker, is a very interesting card to lead out.
This call, this is the hell of it. I ain't got look.
Does lead out, does so for $75. Dustin going to remain in the hand now with the backdoor heart.
He is turning his hand into a bluff, and he did get a better king to fold. I'm not sure if that was the intention there. It's an interesting strategy.
No, you don't.
Queen of diamonds will pair the board. There'll be kings and queens
About 180.
Nothing behind.
for Matthew.
180.
Fuck you.
Oh my
God. No, you got your hand. You just show your hand.
I only have 4
you
3.
show
I'm not supposed to. I got
I
3
show
hearts.
both.
I can't call. It don't
All
matter.
it
Anything
is going to take, as Matthew's been relatively quiet to this point, makes an appearance. Matthew, despite being quiet, he did win that first pump pot. That was about it that we've seen so far.
No, you got the small one.
And that pump pot actually wasn't even on the stream, come to think about it.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is one.
$10. Come.
I'm going home.
Yeah, whatever.
Can play next hand. Not this hand.
As we see now, the floor manager, that's Justin Schaff back there. Getting another reload, it seems, for Dustin, as he has just been absolutely pulverized through the early goings of our stream. Down just under $6 grand, as Wolfram has pointed out in the chat. Meanwhile, the Catman riding high, just under $7 grand. Again, want to say that's a great and unusual thing with the Catman.
I did, yeah.
Got 9 lives,
Yes.
just like the cat for sure.
There's no doubt there. He has not lost one yet. He's getting back in the action here. 10-9 suited. Beautiful looking hand. You were saying maybe your favorite?
It is my favorite hand, yes sir. Gets me into trouble more often than I care to admit.
Well, let's hope it doesn't for HB this hand.
What I love about the hand is the bids you can make are high enough,
9 calls.
but it's also so many draws. You can't make straight without a 10 or a 5. You got one of them there. You got the higher end of things. You got higher hearts too. But when you're going up something against, you know, like pocket 10s in the case of Dustin here, who goes ahead and jams for $190. HV definitely going to stick around for that price.
Oh, you're not getting the right odds anymore with the weak offsuit ace.
Hold on, let me see my
The suited queen for Matthew shrivels up as well, so we're going to go.
Now I actually mean it. See? Now it's genuine.
Well, Dustin's hand looking very good to double up here.
Definitely so.
That is.
9 in the window. 9 ace king.
Gives HV a little life. Obviously, he would have preferred a straight or flush draw out there as well.
Tray of clubs, drawing to a mere 4% now. 1 out, as you can see at the top. And that will not do it, as 10s and trays with an ace will bring a small double up. I'll start somewhere.
The small blind game as well, as Dustin just noted, probably gets the max. If he has a larger stack, you might see Ryu float. And then when he hits that ace, it's going to be hard to get him off it. So playing the small stack game perfectly there. Congratulations, Dustin.
We all been there.
Definitely so. And if I remember correctly, there's a little over $400 on that button that he just dragged in.
4 buttons.
It's a very nice little addition to the chip stack.
Oh, definitely so. Bring him up just back under $1,000. So we've seen the tide shift a few times on some of these live streams, to say the absolute least. So here's hoping that we can see another good one here, as he made up $1,000 of his losses so far. And right now, looks like Justin has brought in another 4,000, or another 3,000 for him to play with. So he's definitely got the money to do it. So we wish you the very best of luck in doing so, Justin. It's a long road, but I've seen longer climbs successfully.
Yeah, best of luck, my friend. You're at a table where there will definitely be enough action You get the right hands, you can turn this around very quickly.
Straddle
Good luck.
10, people. 5 calls, 10.
Call.
6 calls. 7 folds. 8 calls.
Couple of trays for you.
1 call.
When you play these smaller pocket pairs, deuces, trays, fours, it's usually flat it, hope to hit a set. If you don't, pitch it.
Especially when you do have effective stacks that are this deep, it does really incentivize you to play those the smaller pairs to allow you to set mine. One of the best ways to really get it in and feel confident with the larger effective stacks.
I mean, with all the action behind him right now, everybody calling this $75 raise, you've got to know that your threes are about as live a pair in as you can get.
As we've seen, a lot of people sharing each other's outs. Catman with the modified Brunson suited.
Couple of clubs, a jack high flop, so Penn right now
With a massive set of draws.
6 checks. 8 checks.
gutter ball to any 10. Second nut plus draw.
You do see a check around.
There's a scary card as Matthew will now take the percentage lead with the ace-4 2-pair.
Interesting for Penn to lead out on this turn, given that it is an overcard, which means that his king or queen probably won't be good if it just hits on its own, and brings in the second backdoor with those diamonds.
Threes can't take the heat anymore. They will go away.
Matthew now with 2-pair, not going to be deterred.
600. 1 fold.
Goes the other way.
Dustin out as well.
Penn needing to call 5 into a 1235, in about 2.5 to 1 here.
In his mind, he's got 11 outs. We know there's only 7. As we go to the river, and there's one of them.
Ooh,
Wow.
is a good one. We'll be interested to see if he leads or if he checks the trap.
Personally, I'd like to see a check here. He knows that Matthew definitely picked up on that ace. So there it is. Let's see just how much money Matthew is going to lose in this pot.
That can be one that he gets away from, though, as it does make Queen 10 as well as any flush draw that Penn has. It also means that Matthew's 2-pair is not nearly as high up in his value range, but
9 bet. 600.
he does go for the third pot size bet.
$600 bet.
And kind of hard to see anything but a jam here if you do take this line.
Gotta get your camera time first, though.
2's all in.
There it is, all in.
Very nice hand, Penn. We do hear the call. He's going to get the bad news.
Could just check it back.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a count he asked for.
And he win the small.
Oh, there it is. He did win. There it is. So the second biggest pot of the night we've seen at $4,453.
Nice hand, man.
Matthew lamenting that he didn't check back the river. I do really like the possible check back there, which is also why if you're Penn, I do think that leading, possibly for a block size, makes a lot of sense.
Definitely so, and especially in a scenario like this, you know, you're not going to go that far with someone maybe holding, you know, a weak ace of clubs at that point either. You got to be pretty sound, pretty comfortable in your position to that point. So just a well-played hand all around by Penn. Masterful check on the river, just leading to the absolute demise of Matthew's hand in that case scenario. So we take a look now again at the stack earnings. Penn After that, nice little drag in goes up almost $2,500. Penn sitting on $4,500 basically now. As we see Dustin still throwing the party with plenty of stream to go.
Single here.
He's good to go.
Huh?
His opinion doesn't matter.
See Dustin in walking from the background there with a few more chips to play with. It wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some purple or even some yellow chips in the next half hour or so. These stacks are getting massive. At least a couple of them are getting massive as Ryu wakes up with a suited ace. And oh boy, right behind him with the Rockets is Jammy.
1 calls. 2 calls. 3 folds.
Kill button allowing Penn to get a little speculative here with the Jack 3 offsuit.
6 calls. 5 dollars.
5 ways the Texas heads up to the flop we go. Trey in the window. Trey 5-6. 1 heart.
6 checks. 7
We
bets.
do see Jamie bet. Catman is certainly going to call here with the up and down.
Definitely so.
I would think that it's going to. Oh, shouldn't have said anything.
Well,
Should not have said anything at all.
definitely not. Wow.
I thought that Ryu was going to call with the gut shot and the backdoor hearts, and there we go. Brings it in. Of note, Jamie does have that ace of spades.
Yeah. The backdoor out now as Catman straightens out.
8 checks.
6 high straight.
Maybe the third spade causing Catman to check there and exercise a little pot control.
2 bets, 175. 6 folds.
And Penn with the threes and not blocking any flush draws. Just trying to get a little speculative. Jamie never folding that ace high.
Oh, never. Never, never.
And getting the best hand out of here, assuming that we do have the cards correctly. And now drawing very thin.
9 of diamonds. Boy, this is, talk about a miracle bet
2 checks.
for Jammy from Penn to get Catman out of the hand. You could see the anguish as the hands are tabled. You'd see maybe the right paw of the Catman, and that was about it. But I can guarantee you, here's how the interaction went. Just like that.
That is a very, very good impression.
You are in there, yeah.
The power poker being played by Penn, unfortunately, did not pan out for him in doing so. Well, we've come to expect nothing less from this crew. And again, not our usual lineup either. A lot of new faces to the 5-5 stream. Always happy to have new faces. And this has not been a disappointing game by any means, in any way, shape, or form. It has been a very entertaining one to watch so far.
Yeah, very excited to see these new faces that have shown that they're definitely willing to get in there and take some unconventional lines that have been very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do.
Jammy now with the kill card. Matthew's going to wake up with the big slick ace-king offsuit.
Folds. 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds.
Do like the 150 sizing here. Ryu does love to see those suited cards.
Jammy with the button, always going to go ahead and see it.
Most definitely for only 100 more.
Couple of clubs and a tray.
6 checks, 7 checks. 9 checks.
pairing the board now with clubs. So Matthew with the only club between everybody.
I do think we're going to see a lead out from either Ryu or Jamie here. Oh, interesting that they both check. Matthew does a good job of checking behind there with so much equity. Does not want to get check raised by either of these players. Does have showdown that we do see as good here.
He's king.
Wow.
Oh, let's go. I'll take it.
Maybe a little anticlimactic. Not seeing them try to put some pressure on a low connected board with a flush draw out there. Maybe just not enough for either of them to really try and take a stab at it, especially given their pretty aggressive images.
A big howdy to you too, Bop and Jake. Good to have you. Sorry it's been a while. Looking forward to seeing you in here more often, my friend. And if you haven't marked your calendars yet, do so, because every Tuesday night here at TCH Houston, we've got a 20K guaranteed progressive knockout bounty tournament. 20-minute levels, a 30K starting stack, and why not collect $100 a player that you knock out in the process? Well, it's always a goal of mine playing those bounty tournaments to be free rolling by level 10.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm like. I mean, it's literally
4 raises, 150.
I mean, it's one of those things like
5 folds, 6 folds. 7 folds.
A Catman with 4 tray. Gonna see a flop against Queen 10, so heads up we go. Flop comes ace high with 2 diamonds. Paired up to 10s for HV.
Given this configuration against Catman in particular, yeah, I could go either way. I like a bet here. Charge a lot of his hands. Catman's going to continue very wide. Just 4-3 offsuit. Not enough there.
Not this time, as Queen 10 will take down the pot. In a ace rag would definitely be donk leading on a flop like that every time. Especially when you know the initial raise came from, was that the cutoff or was that from the button?
It was late position. If Tim was the big blind, it was probably from the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, the cutoff's going to be opening a wider range of hands, especially. I mean, that's just general knowledge at that point.
Actually, apologies. Tim was the double straddle there.
Double straddle,
So
okay.
it was probably the button.
Well, even the more reason to be weary of a flop like that.
Yes, most definitely.
$40 raise from seat 1.
Straddle or raise?
Straddle, he's away from the table.
Man, it looks like we're going to have a dealer change next hand,
Oh,
but
boy.
not before Penn wakes up with a couple of red bullets. Facing a raise.
I believe that they had ruled that that was actually a straddle.
2 raises, 1
We raise it up to 150 after the straddle.
And Penn goes very big here.
Oh boy.
Oh, man. And they are suited.
Ryu running it easy.
5, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
I don't blame him for making this 3-bet. It is a pretty tight configuration against somebody who has shown that he's capable, but overall has been a little bit quiet on the stream. Just checking. Yes, those are still 2 red aces there.
So in this case, are you more of a fan of the flat and trying to get more value off another street, or are you just going to try and repop them again here pre-flop?
It does depend on my opponent, I will say. I'm going to mix in, if I'm out of position in particular, probably tending much more towards betting, but I can see flatting if I do think that my opponent's going to get out of line.
Only 2 raises.
And that's one way to do it.
3 raises, 1400.
The easy way to get it all in pre-flop.
Then jams all in a call. Wow, aces against ace-king in the pot of the night. $5,700.
A massive hand we've got here.
2 full boards.
Man already calling for more chips.
Very soon, very soon.
He still lives in everything.
Maybe a little quick to the trigger on that if they're going to be running two full boards, especially.
It's my first screen. I don't want to get penalized like they get hit like that.
2 full boards, guys.
2 full boards, so first flop comes up. All spades, no help whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what
And then
I'm
you need running kings here or queen 10.
King.
And the first board is locked up for the aces.
Best hand does hold and gets rid of a couple of outs. Not the important ones, I will say. Obviously, you don't want to see any clubs burned there if you're raw you.
Interesting. We have
All diamonds, though.
King again. Oh, there we go.
And there we go.
The nut flush.
Best hand wins both boards. Very nice hand, Pen.
Now you can tell your girl to watch the stream.
She watched
She watching that look?
Skyrockets his stack up to just under $7,200 after aces hold twice
How did it work?
against Ryu. That's going to send Ryu back to needing to see the chip runner as well. And big action, big action, big action, big action. Don't know how many times I can say that. As Penn skyrockets up to the chip lead and having only bought in for $2,000. He's having a darn good night.
A fantastic pair of hands that we saw in short succession there to send him from essentially treading water on the night to up $5,000.
So another dealer change means another double board PLO bomb pot. So having played as often as you do here at TCH Houston, what's the biggest bomb pot you've been a part of when it comes to pot size?
The biggest bomb pot that I've been a part of, that is a good question. I can think of a couple of bomb pots up in spring that did reach probably the $5,000 or $6,000 mark. I will say that a lot of the bigger hands that I have tended to get in have been in either PLO straight or in Hold'em itself. But bomb pots, I will say, are much more consistently big. You do see some, big hands in both Hold'em and in PLO straight, but bomb pots, it seems like you're almost always seeing at least a medium-sized hand, and a lot of times you're seeing a big one. So fingers crossed we get a good one here. We've definitely got some players that are more than willing to get it into the middle.
I mean, when we look at pure numbers, they're playing a $10 ante for the bomb pots in this case. You're paying $10 to see a total of 10 cards.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat
No.
a price like that at all.
I'll pay $1 per card all day.
Definitely so. Wish everybody felt that way. I might be able to catch more of my gutter balls on the river. That is very true, Preston. A long road of recovery for the short stack, to say the least. Maybe one double up though with $785, and you're right back in the thick of the smoke though.
Most definitely. As we saw, just took Penn 2 hands to over triple his money.
Top 2 pair for Jammy on the top board.
10 of diamonds, or 6 of diamonds, 10 of spades.
So we wait for everything to get adjusted there.
And 9 of 7.
Top pair, top kicker for Matthew on the bottom board.
As well as top 2 on the top. Aki burning some outs there to some straights. What are you looking for those straights?
Definitely so, Preston. Everyone needs a friend like you in their corner, that's for sure.
Four players.
4 ways to the turns.
A lot of pivot cards that could come here, that being one of them.
Definitely, yes.
Making a set for Aki, but unfortunately for him, could get him into a lot of trouble.
You know, talking with the players before the stream like I usually do, Aki just reminded me how much he hates playing bomb pots and PLO. But he's had nothing but success playing those games on the stream that we've seen here in Houston.
Unfortunately, he is going to need a board pair here, or he could be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, definitely so. The nut flush draw for Jammy up top.
Does have chop outs too. You do note that, yeah. Jammy very quickly folding. Disciplined. We may have had a card misread because I'm not sure that Rayu's ever folding the straight on top.
I doubt it in this case. Definitely. 6 of clubs and the 10 of diamonds. When you switch those 2 cards, that's an absolute nightmare for hockey.
Yeah. And it does look like we're going to go ahead and chop there. Set on top for Aki is good enough to take it down. And ace king for Matthew on bottom.
I mean, as we so often see the chop of the bomb pot. I mean, it's honestly, we see it a lot on stream, and it's very uncharacteristic of the bomb pot scoops. So, but I would say, if I was going to give you a line, I'd say maybe 80% of all these bomb pots are going to be chopped. But, yeah, not as big a pot as we were maybe hoping to see. Again, we saw some really big climactic no-limit hold'em hands, and then bringing it over to this, you know, I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but I'm disappointed.
I understand your frustration there. It's like they say in a lot of other contexts, you're not often going to make your night with bomb pots. As you mentioned, there are the rare scoops that do feel fantastic when they happen, but you can very easily lose your night, either being 3/4 or being completely scooped on a bomb pot, especially when it's more than 2 ways. Can be very, very dangerous hands. It's sometimes better to limit your losses than to look for gains in those hands.
We approach the halfway point in our stream this evening. We take another quick look at the stacks and earnings. Matthew, you know, profit is profit. Has to be the mindset right now. He's got $129 more than he did 2 hours ago.
A win is a win is a win.
Definitely so.
Playing in a stream with all of this action too, definite win for everybody on the table. You can take that to the bank even if you can't take as much money as you might want to.
Aki with the Robbie, Jack 4.
He does have a bit of a tighter image maybe from how he's been playing, so I would have maybe liked to see a open there if you're going to come in. Would not have worked out well in this particular instance.
No, never.
You see Ryu with the 10s. Easy one to get away from.
So heads up we go. 10s against 7-5 of Catman. And I don't think Catman could have asked for a better flop to bluff with.
Ryu probably not liking that flop, although he does have the queen gutter ball.
He will take it down. Catman itching to fold. And getting a snap fold out of Catman. Come on, the guy don't even fold his laundry, but wow.
All Ryu had to do was blow on that pot. And he was going to get Catman to fold.
So when it comes to 2-card and 4-card games, I've got 2 open seats, 1 at each table. Which one are you going to be picking, Rich?
I would have definitely said 4 or 5 months ago that I was picking the 2-card game, but 4 cards is starting to get much more exciting. There's a lot of action, a lot more information that you can process too. Some very interesting bluff lines that you can take, and as we were talking about last week on stream with Eric, this probably is the capital of the world for PLO here in Houston. So you're not going to find better action than you get at these tables here, especially at Texas Card House up in Spring. Some fantastic games they've got up there.
So you're Dustin with King Jack. Going to go ahead and raise the action to 120. Aki with Queen 8. See, Preston, I'm more leaning your way as well. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy playing 4-card games, even 5-card games. I've been known to toy with Congress a little bit, but definitely the game is pure with 2 cards. I agree with you 100%, Preston.
5-card games, Wes, you're an animal.
I don't know if I'd say that, but here we are.
I've started to see a lot more of those games get spread too. It does seem like 5 cards are really starting to pick up. Very, very unique structure to those games. I can't say that I fully understand them yet, but I'm excited to learn more about them.
I've definitely seen more of the 5-card, the Congress games, more out towards the San Antonio area, a little more up in Austin as well, ironically, with it being called Congress and all.
Yeah, they were spreading them at the World Series as well.
That is very
saw
true.
a little bit of
They had
action there.
Big PLO 5 tournament up
Very,
there
very
this year.
big.
We go now heads up to the river. 8's out front, and 8's will stay out front.
Does not mean they're going to take it down, though. Oh, Dustin does play passively, and the 8's will take it down on the river. Nice hand, Aki.
Preston, you're a man after my own heart, my friend. And with the growing popularity, of the 4-card and 5-card games, we've also seen a kind of renaissance of the horse games as well. We've seen a lot more mixed game tournaments going on all over the country, not just Houston, not just Texas, but everywhere. You dabble in any of those at all?
I have learned the games. I can't say that I'm proficient in them yet, so if you see me on the table, definitely try and find a seat.
Oh, definitely. Just let me know when and where you'll be, man. I'll be sitting right across from you.
But I do know that I've seen them spread in Houston in particular as well. You'd mentioned across the country, but I do think that they're starting to get a couple of games going more regularly up in Spring in particular. It is very exciting. Not only those 5 games that you had mentioned, but I think they're getting 10-game mixes and bigger going in a 6-12 that they've got going on Tuesdays. Definitely check that out if you're in the area, and those are the kinds of games you would be interested in. Lots of fun.
I mean, especially if you're just learning for the first time, it's definitely a great chance to learn. I think, what was it? They spread a 4-8 horse game out in Spring a couple days ago. King 10 for Jamie.
Does not shy away from openings. In this case, it looks like it's a 4x over pen straddle. We've got this correct.
Gonna be another raise from Dustin here. Now holding a suited Kojak, makes it 3:15 to go.
Does want to put max pressure on what he sees as a wide opening range from Jamie in late position, which, as we know, is in fact the case here.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We're sure of it this time. We know exactly where the cutoff is now.
No need to prognosticate on our end.
No.
And not surprised. Very good to see that if you're going to open wide, that you do have the ability to fold to these kinds of bets. Dustin takes it down. Nice hand, my friend.
That's him.
Oh, hi, sir. No cell phones at this table.
And when it comes to, the renaissance of the mixed game, a lot of people don't realize that when people were spreading poker for the longest time, especially out in the West, when they thought of poker, they thought of 7-card stud. Texas Hold'em still gaining a little ground out there. You know, Hold'em still relatively new game if you look at the age of poker.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I know the games that I was brought up on that my parents taught me were a lot of 7-card stud variants, baseball, Barbara Hutton, 5 and dime, Deuces Wild, Follow the Queen. A lot of games that relied on that 7-card variant, and Hold'em didn't come into play until a little bit after I had started learning those other games. So very excited to see that they're making a comeback here. And you had asked about me playing these games. Are those tournaments that you were ever seeing yourself fire in, Wes?
Oh, you know, when it comes to mixed game tournaments, I will never turn down a horse tournament. I mean, just learning, it's a different kind of mathematical aspect that you got to approach as well. It's just different kind of analytical skills at the same time.
Yep.
You know, the metagame exists, but it's more statistical when you play, you know, with half of your hand face up.
Right.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
So we see here going 5 ways to a flop. The Texas heads up. Ace high flop and a rainbow flop at that. Second pair for Dustin. We know he's going to continue.
He does get some of it, and he leads out for 3/4 pot here. He's clearly going to get, I would think, a raise from HV.
He does. Raises it up. It looks to be around the range of 225. Matthew, not enough equity in any way, shape, or form to
3x
continue.
the bet here. That is a card that does improve the decent amount of hands that Dustin's going to get here with. I do like a continuation, though. Maybe half pot. He likes going a lot bigger, though. It's over 3/4 here.
425.
Maybe knowing his opponent.
Does throw in the call. And he's only drawing to 2 outs, you can see in the top of your screen.
He thinks it's more, and that is not one of them. It
No.
may slow down the action here. As again, a card that's going to connect with Dustin. Probably more likely to give him something like 2 pair than a backdoor flush. But he does want to, it looks like, lead out. 600, probably too small to get strong ace to fold, which is really what HV has, but also what he's been representing.
I mean, Queen Jack well within the initial raising range and the calling range of a 3-bet for a small blind hand, that's for sure. So, well, maybe not the diamonds that is worrying HV so much as the possibility of a hand, you know, like maybe Jack 7 suited or maybe even Queen Jack at this point.
Yeah, it would be a little hard to see why he would have let out and continued on that flop with those hands, but it is giving him pause. He's got to get a little worse than 3-1 here. But it looks like he's going to put in the crying call.
Yep, there it is. Good call from HV as Dustin continues to just bleed chips in the 1 seat this evening.
It did look like he put HV to the test there. I do think that if you want to bluff on that river, you probably have to go with a larger sizing, representing something possibly like a set.
So you're telling me that bet didn't scream value at all to you?
I do think that it was something that did suggest value, but if you put HV on a big hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, I'm just not sure that he's ever going to fold that particular hand in that configuration. I do think you want to put him to a little bit more of a difficult test.
All right, speaking of difficult tests, how about what's coming up in Dallas? Going to be a tough field. We got 8 starting flights for the $200K guaranteed Independence Day tournament. And day 2 will continue on July 3rd at noon, but a $250 buy-in for your shot at a 6-figure prize pool. Again, a good starting stack at 25, 20-minute levels. That's another great structure. You've seen a lot of really incredible tournaments put forth by just TCH in general when it comes out there.
No
I mean,
doubt
even
at
the
all.
the tournaments out in Rio Grande Valley, I got a chance to play in one of those Pot Limit Omaha tournaments they do every week, and I tell you, it's just a well-oiled machine in general.
It's fantastic to hear. Speaking of fantastic, we got some great action here, Bruin.
Wow. Just six players going to see a flop. Just 6 players.
If everybody else is doing it.
All the cool kids are doing it, man. Absolutely. Flop comes 2 clubs, 10 high. Queen high flush draw for Dustin.
And being on the button, if it does check to him, I would be shocked to see anything less than a $200 bet.
One bet's 250.
250, as a matter of fact, from Dustin.
He does go big here. He's going to force a lot of hands into tough positions. We do see that the best of it right now really doesn't have that much in Jamie's ace-jack offsuit. It's probably going to get through. Nice hand, Dustin.
Indeed, indeed. As we look now, Catman no longer the biggest earner in tonight's game. Again, after that huge pot that Penn took down. And the aces holding twice. Yeah, I like him to hold once sometimes, but to get it twice, wow.
Yeah, count your blessings, my friend.
I can't tell you how many times I've looked down at aces deep in a tournament and said, well, this is where I lose.
Got to keep the positive energy going, but I've definitely been there before.
At the end of the hand, you got 1 pair. That's the sobering thought about aces in general.
Very true. Very true. Ironic to say this after you did just make that comment, but a lot of people do refer to it as a tournament hand for that reason. It is a easy way to lose a lot of blinds in cash. Obviously, also a great way to win a lot if you're all in pre-flop. Can put you in some great spots, but can also be incredibly tricky to play against some tricky players, many of which we have on the table right now, including one that looks like he wants to get into this hand, Dustin.
Definitely so, and does so by raising the action further with ace-jack, raise it to 125, and 10 with the high-suited connectors, jack 10 of clubs.
What about those?
Ryu with ace-8, looks like he wants to dabble a bit. He'll stick around, and why not? The Catman's in as well with jack-8. And trailing everybody, but he is optimistic.
Yeah, so he moved in closer to her, win with her. It's kind of far though, I mean, it's
Deuce tray 7 rainbow flop.
I don't know, that's far.
I would say range advantage Catman. I'm not going to lie.
Most definitely, but I do think we're going to see a bet here from Dustin.
Absolutely.
One bet's 1,000. Oh, 500.
And he goes full pot.
500 into the pot.
Is a board where there's going to be a lot of changes on the turn and river, likely to come over cards. 7 is going to be really hard to hold on to if that's what you have. But in this case, the aggression on the flop takes it down.
And they gotta give him the tenor.
I mean, what else are you repping on a bet like that except maybe, jacks, queens, maybe the dreaded kings or aces as well in that case scenario.
It was a bit of a large sizing, but yeah, over pairs looking for protection or something like he had.
So at what point does a bet like that look like just a stone bluff? In your eyes, that's a pot-sized bet on just a 7 high board.
I will say it is into 3 players, so it is a bit uncharacteristic to see a bet size of that large into 3 players. It may in general lean more towards value, but Dustin, as he has shown, is very capable, so it does make it very hard to determine his exact hand, which is going to lead to big swings both ways. probably for him with respect to his switch stack. Last week we saw the positive, and this week we've seen a little bit of the downswing. But best of luck heading back up Chip Mountain, my friend. You've started off that journey pretty strong with the last couple hands.
And if you want another discrepancy between tournament play and cash play, small pocket pairs. You're generally more willing to go to war with them in a tournament than you are in a cash game. Granted, we talked again about this earlier, that a lot of players folly at a cash table is thinking of their chips as dollars rather than just units or big blinds. So it's easier when you know right away that I'm not burning $200,000. I'm burning $200,000 in chips in a coin flip.
Most definitely. I do think that it makes it a lot easier when you're thinking about it with respect to big blinds, but it is an adjustment for a lot of players, especially when you have stacks like this in play.
The fives remain ahead after the queen high rainbow flop. Jamie in there with ace-9. Dustin walking the dog with the K9.
We are going to see, looks like a range bet here from Jamie. Close to 2/3 there. Dustin with the float, looking for a 10, maybe a king he'd feel good about. And there he gets it. And this does give Jamie an up and down, as well as obviously a king here that's not a heart would give him the nuts. Dustin already with that nice straight. This hand could get very interesting.
Jamie cutting out a good size bet. Pot size bet.
He does do that pot size bet. Dustin maybe doing a little acting here. I do see merit in both calling and raising against Jamie in particular. You probably are going to get a lot of jams from him on the river.
Dustin also looking down the barrel of a bonus. He's holding the kill card right now.
He is, yes. Jamie does have ace-king here, obviously, but much more likely to have hands like king-queen, ace-queen. All of those with hearts are still available to him. Let's see if Dustin does want to charge those hands.
Going to be a raise up. Looks to be 1100.
Let's just essentially min click it. It's got to scream danger to Jamie.
I mean, how often is a min click a bluff?
He does block Broadway, and he blocks 8-9 and 9-king. Unfortunately, not enough, because we can see Dustin actually has king-9. He unblocks the hearts, which I hope doesn't get him into too much trouble here. He also really only has 1,300 more if he's trying to raise.
Just going to flat it here, though. We'll go to a river. Heads up.
Be interested to see what he does on a heart.
I guarantee you it's the one suit that Dustin doesn't want to see. But a paired board isn't too much better.
That may cause Dustin to check back if Jamie checks.
Yep, as you predicted. Dustin said he can't bet.
Yeah.
He beats a lot, but he loses to a lot at the same time.
He does. Very nice hand, Dustin. Continuing his climb back up Chip Mountain.
Oh yeah, been a couple of setbacks, but now he's just down a little over $5 grand. And Matthew still in the profit is profit mindset with a $14 game
A win is a win.
so far. Oh yeah.
$10.
So we're a little over halfway through with our broadcast. So based on what you've seen so far, what is your official prediction for our party thrower right now?
Gonna put me on the spot there,
And
huh?
Dust, of course I do. Hey, you volunteered to hang out with me all day, so I mean, I'm gonna put you on the spot. as
What's
often
fair
as
is
I
fair.
can.
I think that it's hard to bet against it, Dustin, just given the size of the deficit right now. But I'm going to go ahead and bet against him. I think he's going to climb back up Chip Mountain. I think he's going to get out of this hole, and I think he may do it through the person that I'm going to predict is going to be the biggest loser on stream. And let's go ahead and throw it out there, Catman.
Meow.
I think Six Flags might get into some difficult spots here. He has been a little bit quieter than we've seen him on some other streams, which makes me think he's just waiting to get out of his cage.
150?
Hockey waking up with the jiggity. And Rayu with the ace-8 of hearts.
See if those jacks can be as good to Hockey this time as they were towards the start of the stream when he more than tripled up.
Catman with 4 tray. Line away, why not? Kisses it goodbye as he throws it into the pot. Five ways. And the jacks remain the overpair. However, diamond draw for Matthew to the queen.
Aki trying to charge those, making sure that they're not seeing free cards and then a little bit of a reverse free roll there.
Catman can't take the heat anymore. 9 outs for Matthew. He's going to go ahead and throw in the call.
Pretty reasonable getting 3-1 here. Thinking that your queen high flush is probably good if you make it. Possibly that both of your overs are good, which he is correct with, and there it comes in.
I like
Matthew.
the check back from Matthew.
Do like that trap.
I think he's a little scared of the draw that got there as well. See if Aki will light any money on fire.
He did check, and now the question is, how much value do you go for as Matthew? Over $1,000 out there.
Might be able to squeeze another 400 to 500 out of him.
He's going a little more polar.
450 the bet. In tough spot though, you do have an overpair to the board. Really cruddy run out for him.
Yeah, you're getting 4-1 here on a call. Are you right 20% of the time? You got to find a decent amount of bluffs. Maybe not enough here. At this point, you're even losing 2 pair. Not that Matthew would ever take that size with this, but just too many flushes, I feel like.
And the mentality is it had to be a bluff or nut, or yeah, it had to be a bluff or a nutted hand. But in this case, the queen of diamonds will be good enough.
Yeah, and good sizing from Matthew right there. It looks like he probably got the most that he did have out of Aki based on the body language.
Too many players. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody gonna have a fucking higher diamond.
Price was just too good to fold.
He might still got a queen.
We're going for the good shot too, because you got the good
You know, we talked a little bit about TCH Social, and you know, every time I gaze past this, I mean, my mouth starts watering a little bit, but that's just a glimpse of the food that they're serving out of the new restaurant there at TCH Social. My goodness. And not to mention just an incredible looking venue to go with it when it comes to just the bar alone, but here you get a view of the tables as well. Great area. Definitely looking forward to spending some time out there when the tour comes through.
Oh, good. You just couldn't hold on to that. Ace queen, queen of diamonds. He's not going nowhere. Two overs with a queen of diamonds.
Yeah,
They can't let him return.
That's great how consistent that is. I keep winning under the gun.
He would definitely float.
I mean, it's like.
One raises, two, 2 folds.
Dustin leading out here for 30 with the beautiful Queen 8 suited. Does get one customer at least.
8, 3 raises, 2, 20.
Catman says, I don't think 30 is enough. Knows his man. That's the perfect size to get a call out of Dustin. I think if he had bet 230, then he's probably getting a fold from
There we
Dustin.
go.
6 folds.
Action. I got both the action players in. One is including myself.
Dustin.
And 6 checks.
Oh, that's 10 fucking range right there.
8 checks. 1 check.
Okay.
6 checks.
Would be a little surprised to see a second check here from Tim. Yes, he does lead out
2 10.
for less than third pot. Probably not going to see callers here. Just not enough for Ryu, who, as we see, is drawing dead. Makes the fold. Very nice hand. Catman must have heard my prediction, wants to prove me wrong. Nice hand, my friend.
No way you get anyone to know that flop.
It would have had to come spade.
Okay.
On the kill, huh?
Try harder this
There's a straddle for 10 and
Catman making sure everybody knows where the kill button is for this hand. Playing a little balancing act.
You should make a hat with that.
I know. I'll do it. I go buy a coochie head and put that. Like David. David, you heard me? Buy a coochie head.
Okay, good.
Last time. I forgot about that.
Well, this time it's $10. One call. 2 calls. 3 raises, 50.
Do see a couple limps here, and now Mark, again, glad to see that he is alive, has decided to go ahead and bump it up.
Kind of makes me want to take a look at the VPIP for Mark. I'm pretty sure he's definitely our low baller.
I'm not sure that you do. We do see his 6s are dead, unfortunately for him, so it's going to be hard to see an action flop with these all unless they do get something that's going to give them all straights, which nobody wants that.
I'm trying to figure out that I work this roll now.
So 4 ways we go. All the 6s are in play. We might have as we go to a flop.
Oh, man.
Flop comes King, Queen, 9.
Pretty good flop for Penn on the whole.
So,
1 check.
He is stuck with Mark behind him, who has a very low
105.
VPIP. Penn undeterred. The second pair and the gut shot. Catman maybe thinking that Penn is going to be raising a little bit tighter than he is.
Fold.
Dustin with the other gut shot decides not interested.
Oh my god.
And Penn takes it down. Nice hand, my friend.
I think the best part of watching this game every week is just listening to that man's reactions. You know?
No doubt there. An animated man.
Definitely. It definitely does. I've played across from him many times. I played next to him many times. And it feels like you're like on a hidden camera show or you're in a cartoon involving a poker game. Let's take a look at our aggression frequency. You know, surprisingly, Mark, when he has played, it has been a raise, so I can see where he stands there. Catman just been a call station so far, according to our statistics here.
I will say that is a way to protect a weak range is to also call or limp with some of your stronger hands. So he is trying to allow himself to play some of those maybe more speculative hands by not raising some of his stronger hands.
Put your cards on the circle. Good to go. Thank you.
Suited Queen 8 now for Dustin. He's been on the aggressive all evening. Don't see any reason to deter from that now.
6, 2,
It looks like we have a dealer change on the horizon as Daryl steps behind the Miss April. The 60 to go, a suited ace for Jammy as the small blind bonus looks to have increased up over $300 again.
And a very big raise on the button, going 5x here. Would normally fold out hands like Queen 8 suited, but Dustin does want to go ahead and play here.
Three ways we go to the flop, a couple suited aces and a suited queen. Flop comes 7, 8, 4, 2 clubs. So top pair for Dustin.
He does go a little under third pot here.
A gut shot for Ryu at this point.
Along with the backdoor spades. Going to be hard to continue though with the pre-flop aggressors sandwiching him there.
And indeed so. So flop 8 is all it's going to take for Dustin as his climb continues.
that's my last hand, girls. Good.
So the new dealer means we got ourselves another bomb pot. All right. Well, I'm hoping for a good one this time. But before the bomb pot happens, just want to relay a quick message to everybody. So coming back in as Daryl takes over in the box, we'll have a bomb pot for you as we take a look at the stacks and earnings as Dustin is trending in the right direction over the past few bits. He is yet to clash with the Catman like you have predicted, but I guarantee you we're going to see a big hand between those two before the night's out.
As you can see from stack sizes, all it's going to take is one hand for Dustin to get in the green. And as we have seen, both of those players are very willing to get into hands when the other person is acting.
Definitely so.
As Dustin said a couple hands ago, there's 2 action players in this 3-way pot. I got them both in there. I'm one of them.
Y'all playing 2 or 4? 4 on this one. Bye.
You can hear all the chatter and action from the main card room as well as the weekly big one is in its adolescence. I believe registration is just about to come to an end out there. A $20K guaranteed prize pool for tonight. First board comes out, Rainbow 9 high. Our second board,
I remember.
not much better, Jack high Rainbow.
Yeah, bet 75.
Not sure of anything already.
Got a open ender for Matthew. And there's just some things that we hear in the main card room from the broadcast booth that make you wonder what is going on out there.
Yes, most definitely. I will say, as you did note, a very nice structure on this tournament that they've got going tonight, so it could have certainly been that. Some great turnouts that we've seen, some very good action, and a really great way to kickstart your weekend by hopping into that. Normally 20K, but as you mentioned, next week, 50,000 is going to be guaranteed in that prize pool. Come and get some.
So we will have 5 players going to see the turns on the boards. And right now, top board in favor of HV, bottom board in favor of Dustin. As HV now has the top board absolutely locked down.
Just turn that boat. Dustin's top 2 pair on the bottom holding on. Scary card to see that 8 come because it does make a lot of straights. You see that it's not out there.
For you, and hanging on with a gutter ball at this point.
But
Yeah,
as we
ace.
can see,
Wow.
he does have that board, and he does get checked too. The jack going to be enough to take it down.
And it will go check, check. So are you shocked to see that go check, check with the board up top the way it is?
I do think that, especially in a double board bomb pot hand, without HV really playing much on the bottom, just that pair of 9s, it's a little bit hard with a low full house. Not the bottom one, but a very low one to get much value. You would prefer to have that kind of hand in a possibly a multi-way pot where you do see a lot more action on the other board, a lot more hands that can be made. A little bit difficult, especially with Ryu willing to get in there with a lot of hands. You could see him hitting 8-6, 8-3, 8-4, and you're in a world of hurt without playing anything on that bottom board.
Here, and nobody. One more. Here, one more.
We talked about calling to conceal strong hands in Aki. 2% when it comes to his pre-flop aggression. Again, that number doesn't seem right to me, though. I've seen him make a few raises.
We have seen him raise both times with jacks. Maybe that is his 2%.
Perhaps. With 5s, he's just going to go ahead and limp. I like the limp here. Hit a set or pitch it at this point. Catman with natural 9. Baccarat.
Dustin says 40, not enough.
Aki going to stick around with the 5s.
Does maybe think that Catman's going to be flatting a lot here, as he has shown a propensity to do to 3-bets.
4 ways we go, and 2 diamond, jack high. Right now the 5s are a monster.
Dustin continuing to bet on these single Broadway boards with overcards. It's going to be hard to see how this doesn't get through, though, with the only pair sitting right behind him. 2 players left to act. Aki lets it go.
Pretty good card here for that flop. But this is a very bad card.
So Dustin's aggressive nature pays off once again. You see the climb continue there. Dustin in the 1 seat has been the table's punching bag, or I'll amend the statement, has been the Catman's play toy when it comes through tonight's action. One scratching post has been almost worn out by the Catman this evening.
And there we are with the V-pip.
There it is, and just I thought marked down near the bottom. Again, Aki.
He got this all blind in the
Whoa,
kill card. Hey, listen, don't read it. Let y'all forget it's there, alright? Let y'all forget
I've seen some familiar faces up top there. Make every game fun to watch when they're in the hands. Dustin, Catman, and Ryu.
Yeah.
Nice to be on top.
I will say though, we are seeing a very disciplined performance by Jamie this evening. Usually he's a little more loose when it comes to his pre-flop play, especially. But
I can't think of one or two hands where I might have played them a little bit differently, but I will say that it's going to get him paid when he gets a big one. So fingers crossed, my friend. Best of luck. Can't win hands that you don't play, though.
you take a look now at the red jacks, and
I looked at it twice. I was like, wait, hold on.
It's actually perfect memory. It actually fit.
Is a very interesting sizing if that's correct. Essentially a min click.
just over, yeah.
What is Mark going to do here? Yes, he is going to shove all in. And a pretty standard call.
Yeah, Ryu not going anywhere. And here's the Catman now with the swimming gappers.
Dumping nothing that didn't see this coming.
You know it's coming.
Yeah, you knew that was coming. Why am I dumping something?
This guy.
Where you going? Where? Yeah.
And Dustin right now with the 6-4 offsuit. It's a little concerning that he's contemplating this as long as he is.
There's only one way to get unstuck, and that is to get into hands. Can't win any hands that you don't play. You heard Dustin's logic. I can't disagree with it. Of note, he does have the kill button. So add another $80 on his decision in case that influences the math at all.
If I did this shit, this would be like perfect for the stream. Like, yeah, this motherfucker loose. Shit, god dang.
You have proof to the
I don't give a fuck, huh? Just look, hey, it don't even matter. Nah, I fold, man.
what is it?
What
What is it? You got 1, 2, 3.
I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed, Dustin.
Yeah, I mean that's a bit.
A little out of character for you, but
Watch, we gonna sit here and say what's
everybody's
bad.
gotta change it up every once in a
It's
while.
gonna hit like a motherfucker. They all got that. They gonna have all they outs.
I think I heard one of them wanted to run nice. I guarantee you 6-4 win one of these boards.
They are going 2 times here.
Okay,
And what hand do you want in this situation? What are you feeling?
I am feeling an ace in the window on the first board, I'm not gonna lie.
Ace in the window hurt.
Yeah.
Oh!
He's got out.
Queen or king.
that's crazy.
Not burnt his spade as well. Not a good top for Ryu.
Oh, he hit that motherfucker.
Wow.
In the case of
Don't worry about it. It's every queen in the deck.
still sweat a little bit.
Golly.
Everyone in the deck.
And 1 jack left.
There's an 8 out there, make me right. Oh, I thought 6-4 was gonna win that bottom board for a second.
It was close. Good
I know.
Flip it up.
Wow.
That's why I wasn't calling it. It was like, damn, I wanted to say. Oh, if it was like 500, I might have said, fuck it, let's go.
I still would have had out. 10
clubs
on the river.
How
Hey,
much,
so
how
that's
much
why I
sweaty
did
that board could have gotten going into the river, but wow.
Next hand?
No.
It's a natural board. Natural board.
Natural
So
board.
yeah, go some.
And while we got a second of the pots being chopped, we'll remind you that the Poker Atlas Tour makes its second stop and does so at Texas Card House in Dallas and TCH Social, August 17th through September 4th. Good quality 3 weeks, or more than 2.5 weeks of poker coming your way from Dallas. $1 million guaranteed main event, and let me tell you, just by seeing what happened here in Houston, this is a very well-run tour. People behind it get what it's all about. That's just the love of the game. forward. More time with the fine folks from Poker Atlas in Dallas.
It does look like that ends on Labor Day too, so can make a nice long weekend out of that main event. Fantastic way to spend your Labor Day.
Take the trucks up the board, we'll throw on the tailgate right outside. Oh,
Now you're talking my language.
oh yeah.
Yes, that's got to check. Everybody's here.
Looks like we got a straddle.
Yes.
As we await everything here, and now everything's good to rock and roll again.
8 raise 40, 9 folds.
Catman with ace 8.
Seen that hand a couple times. It's been Dustin that's had it. See if this hand can get Catman into trouble this time. A lot of 8s that are already burned here.
Definitely. Couple of diamonds and a king. So top pair and the second nut flush draw for Penn.
There's massive flop for Penn.
That's intimidating.
Does induce a range bet here from Catman.
Quick
Does
call.
decide to simply call.
6 of clubs. Not going to be any help to either player. Catman going to remain on the offensive.
With the nut flush blocker and what he perceives as a range advantage.
So to the river we go.
Relatively inconsequential. And an interesting stop and go that it looks like Penn's contemplating here. Probably trying to charge something like queens, jacks, 10s.
Barrel on 28.
A little bit precarious.
Small blind too.
So it does get through on this particular run out.
I'm supposed to float that shit. Let me see the turn, man. God damn. I catch the straight on his ass and everything with 7-8.
And he did, in addition, as noted, pick up that small blind bounty. Very nice hand, Penn.
Yeah, great bet too on the flop. Had Dustin seen a turn, he would have straightened down.
Change it out. God damn, I should have float that motherfucker for $100.
Look me up.
Can thank Catman for that.
After I see the 6, I gotta say.
Definitely so.
I won't worry about that. No, I'm talking down and draw cool, but I mean, I'm open-ended. Let's see what comes. 5 or 10, give me straight. Good. 5, right on the turn. Thank you. Y'all hate me. Y'all gonna pay me. Y'all. I'm just all right after y'all trying to have the motherfucker.
You got everybody?
I'm such a sucker.
Okay, everybody's good.
That was it right there. Come on, Tim. Check that shit one time.
Suited gapper, 8-5 of hearts for Aki. Wants no part of it. And reuse. Another suited king. You know he's going to be in there.
1 fold.
Don't hit 1 ing 2.
Yes, sir.
Don't hit 1 ing 2. Sir,
Catman with the suited Dolly Parton.
that little card.
Working 9 to 5 as we go 4 ways to a flop.
I don't want it. I don't want no problem.
King 9, 6, 2, diamond.
And massive flop for HV.
I think Catman's got just enough in second pair to maybe see a turn as well.
Well, you're making a reasonable bet here, given the action. Be very interested to see. I'd be surprised to see anything but a raise.
4 raises. 225.
Goes about 4x. Ryu with 1.2k behind does want to make the call.
Catman with the worst of it so far.
Got to call 150 into 600, getting about 4-1 in position, but gotta think that he's in a little bit of trouble, and that could slow things down.
I think that Catman couldn't have hoped for a much better bluff card. You know, going check call on both streets of, not both streets, both instances of bet and raise.
I do agree. He has been relatively passive with respect to potential bluff opportunities.
And when it comes to it, I don't think he can sell it as much on the river.
Yeah.
Definitely had to have been a big bet on the turn that almost looked value-ish on the turn itself.
And HV lamenting that he couldn't get more value when that queen of diamonds
Did you like that turn?
comes on the turn.
I mean, that's a particularly bad one. That's probably the worst one, yeah. Terrible.
Again, with the aggressive nature of the betting in that hand, it's going to be hard as Catman to put either of your opposition on a flush draw. So I think just a missed opportunity there on a position play for Catman.
I will say that HV can have a lot of combo draws there that he should be check raising. But I can understand that given maybe the dynamics and the fact that HV has been relatively quiet, maybe Catman could put him on something like good king or kings up and try and put him to the test there when he does show a little bit of passivity with the check on turn and check on river.
We can hear that commotion coming from the tournament area now. We heard that live through our blast door-like setup here in the broadcast booth. So, wow, being picked up on the ambient mics even that loud is incredible.
Got to be some crazy action in that Thursday tournament.
4 ways to a flop we go. Jack high, 2 diamonds, Dustin. With the suited connector in diamonds, 6-5.
Let's see a lot of action here.
And a top pair for Penn as well as a backdoor diamond draw.
Interesting lead out for Matthew.
Does have a gutter to a king. 3 ways comes the 5 of clubs, no help, except giving Dustin a pair to go with his flush draw.
I want to see how Matthew navigates this. I do think you have to check or just really sell out and go big. Try and sell an overpair.
A bet of 250 from Dustin, who picked up the pair of 5s to accompany the flush draw.
And Penn is sandwiched, but he does want to go ahead and call, thinking that Dustin probably is raising with a lot of hands, including the one that he has. Going to be hard for Matthew to continue here, even if he does only need to put 250 in, but he says odds be darned, and he does end up catching top pair. Now the question is, before I could even ask it, Dustin answers. Small sizing here. After going 250 on the turn, he goes 400 on the river. That might be the reason why you can't do that. Matthew in a very sticky spot. Pretty hard to see how ace-queen is good here, given the particular action. How quickly Penn called. Usually a timing tell there. He does find the call. Very nice hand, Matthew.
Wow. Yeah. Holy shit. That was that good. Let's go.
That was
The
that
overcall.
Definitely so.
I'd be so tilted if I folded that to $400. Yeah, I would have showed you. I know. I would have been so tilted. That's right, baby.
Had to get less than 5-1 and decided, you know what, 18% of the time I'm going to take this pot down, and he does. Nice hand, Matthew.
Yeah.
He's gonna give it up.
Well, I was calling his
Alright.
phone, and then you called. And I was like, well, fuck, he
Yeah,
might think
Dustin's
that he's
still a
the one.
long way to go, and he's
I
got
think that
about
he
an
knows
hour
he's the one.
15 to do it, at least on stream. You know this game will be going for a few hours after we shut off all the cameras.
Would not be surprised.
40.
Well, I think I know who the favorite in this hand is already.
It does look like we've got a double straddle on, so
Oh boy, a double straddle, and you're in that position with aces. Absolutely beautiful. Especially when you look at the hands that you're up against now. King, Jack of diamonds.
we may even have a triple straddle here as it's to 40.
Wow, wow. So over to Jamie.
Penn does 3-bet here. Jamie in the under the gun position, certainly going to be putting in a 4-bet here.
Looks to be 400 even.
In general, I would say you should go smaller, but given the calling tendencies we've seen from seats 1 and 2, not a terrible sizing.
Absolute air on the flop for everyone but Jamie.
I do really like the check here. Allowing for bluffs, allowing for worse hands to catch up.
Looks
Maybe
like
knowing his opponents.
going to be 375 the bet from Penn. I think I'd be a big fan of just a flat here. Yes. Now Dustin gonna stick around a little while longer.
Can't win if you're not in.
Definitely so. And wow, this just got even spicier.
Dustin picking up the up and down.
Gutter ball now for Penn.
Very interesting sizing here into the pre-flop aggressor and the flop aggressor.
Looks to be about 500.
On less than a quarter pot here. Given just a fantastic price.
Now at this point, in Jamie's shoes, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the shove just to get all the draws out, because the power of aces keeps shrinking with every card you put on that board.
I'd be surprised if we see anything but a shove. You don't want to allow King Jack to see a free card. There are no flush draws as we see, but Dustin's going to call with hands like ace, queen, king, queen, queen, jack. He may even call with tens based on what we've been seeing tonight. I think we're going to see an all-in here, and we may very well see a call.
Oh, just a call.
Interesting. It does brick out. At this point, you probably want to go ahead and check and allow Dustin to hang himself. Jamie is thinking that with less than a half pot size bet behind, he's going to get calls from a lot of hands. Dustin's not being one of them. And now we're seeing the issue with just flat calling that turn, allowing Dustin to get away when he misses and likely stack you if he does hit something like a bit of a disguised 9 or somehow catches that ace.
I mean, he had been the aggressor on every street so far. So taking Dustin out of the driver's seat. And you know that if he missed any draws, you're not going to get any value anyway on a bet, so you might as well let him try and hang himself, just like you said before.
Yeah. Easier to say from our perch on high here. But overall, nice hand, Jamie.
Would you like to be the real one as well? Yeah.
And with that, the trend goes negative for Dustin. But again, we still got about an hour and 10 minutes. I've seen stranger things happen.
Most definitely. Pulling for you, my friend. Best of luck on this last hour, Dustin.
7-8 of spades. Going to go ahead and make the call of 100. Looks to be another double straddle situation. Aki with the sailboats. Pocket fours. Sailboats, goalposts, whatever you want to call them.
Does let it go. Not much behind. Very reasonable.
Good luck, Owen.
For you, all in with Queen 10.
Let me take a look.
Just give me a count.
Catman in the middle of his range here.
Oh, definitely so.
Asking for a count. Seriously, we might add.
Yeah, he's not doing this because he doesn't want to call. He is itching to do so.
If you don't believe us, go check out some of these prior streams. Available on YouTube at the TCH Live channel.
He's gonna do it. Oh my goodness.
Love to see it. And now Penn. Also looks like he wants to call. Gonna put himself in a very difficult spot.
Well, it's definitely the hand to do it with. They call hands like this the nutcracker. Suited connectors like that, especially the middle suited connectors like 7-8 and 6-7.
He does make the discipline fold.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Looks like they're just gonna rip it, run it once.
Dustin, I beat you.
Yes. That looks like probably.
Probably keeping on to the best of it.
Holy shit.
Does have diamonds blocked as well.
6-5.
Catman drawn very thin as we can see up top to only 5 outs. 10% chance.
Yo, it's 3, right?
Now, will he show? He will show.
What a stream.
Hey, I had 7-8. Hey, you had
Respect for that. I had a pair of bombs.
You're just underestimating how wide his cards
You
were.
can put those back in your pocket, or you do not need to rebuy. You just doubled up, my friend.
Oh my god.
Oh! You didn't even know that.
That's my 10.
Oh, you got the button?
He hit the button. He hit the small blind too. He hit the
Oh,
small
yeah.
blind. Y'all gave it to him, and he got doubled up.
I knew I should have called with Poppy 4.
Queen time. You had 4s there?
Yes.
Again, the Independence Day
Would've
200K
won.
guarantee kicked off this morning at 10, and we had another flight start around 6. Registration for that one's probably closed by now at that point, so still plenty of time to throw your hat into the ring for a $200,000 prize pool. Again, TCH Dallas, going to be a grand old time. I try to get out there myself, a little later in the weekend, catch one of the later flights. See if we can make some magic happen out there.
Best of luck to you. And all those that are heading up to Dallas or are there right now in that tournament. It's going to be a fantastic weekend of poker.
If you're planning on doing it, let us know in the chat. Let us know when you're going to be there. Let us know what flight you're playing, social security number, mother's maiden name, normal stuff. Normal stuff.
Yes, yeah, most definitely.
This is Rich Fink asking for all that, by the way.
What I am asking, actually, speaking of, do you have a preferred flight that you like playing in, all else being equal? Let's say a typical structure where you either have a couple day flights and a couple night flights, or a lot of the World Series where you have days A, B, C, and D. What are you registering in?
generally, when it comes to these multi-flight events or these multi-day events, I tend to lean more towards the later flights. You know, if we're doing 4 starting flights, I'll fire in flights C and D because I really don't like a lot of time off between, you know, day 1 and day 2. I have nothing but respect for people who can do that, especially in tournaments like the main event of the World Series, who are able to play day 1A. Wait that entire week and pick up right where they left off in day 2A.
Yeah.
You know, nothing but respect for those players. I'm not that patient, and I'm also the kind of person that on my trips like that, I like to look for other tournaments in between that I can play, and that's just going to throw off not only the mental fatigue, but may also use my run good in a smaller tournament instead of just waiting to use it in the main event. But definite answer to the question would be yes, it's the later flights usually that I like to fire in.
Makes a lot of sense. And now Jamie getting very aggressive here, betting quarter pot on the turn. Matthew going to continue. Could have seen a raise there, given that on a river like this, you do not have any showdown value. Would not be surprised to see Jamie bluff at the best of it here and for that to get through. If you're going to bluff here, you probably need to go decently large, especially with the ace river. That does bring in the front door heart flush. He does go third polk.
Bluffing with the best hand.
Does open the door to get bluff raised, which has got to be what Matthew's thinking about right here. Although that ace of hearts does bring in a lot of hands. Jamie trying to suggest that he does have a heart that wants to get called. Can Matthew figure it out and put Jamie to the test?
I think discretion is going to be the better part of valor in this particular hand. Best to run away sometimes.
Small blind game.
Oh, that is right. We start over.
It's tough to find a raise there. I mean, I guess I could. $10. 10.
Like Matthew says, very tough to find a raise there.
Good bet.
Very much so.
Very hard to his hand.
2 things. First, have to be understanding of the possibility you're just going to get repopped and have to hold at that point. Yes, good old-fashioned power poker. And you also have to basically put your opponent on just a stone bluff themselves at that point as well.
Which I will say, as we've seen with the small blind game, it can really encourage some unique lines in play in order to take advantage of that minimum $80. And I think we've seen up to a $200 small blind bounty that has been won tonight on stream. It really does change the dynamics of the game.
Aki with King 8 offsuit wants no part of it. And now Jimmy waking up with the goalpost. Pocket 4s. Catman says, why not? So we'll go 4 ways to a flop. Flop comes King 10 Jack 2 diamonds.
Big flop here.
Catman gonna stick around with his gutter ball.
Hoping for the 8.
Got a double gutter looking at it. Yeah.
8 would be the card I would for sure prefer to hit. Does not come. Might be a slowdown card.
Also adds the possibility of backdoor spades to anybody's thought.
Lest I speak too soon, Matthew. Does look like he's going to go ahead and lead into pen here. For the half pot. Quick call. Be very interested to see what he does on the river. It does break out entirely. Let's go a little over half pot here. Trying to make it look like he's just milking. A hand like Penn exactly has 2 pair. The line is incredibly strong with the lead out on the turn
10 for a small blind.
and the bet on the river. But Penn might not be deterred.
Losing to any Queen X at this point, too.
He wants to see it.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh my god.
I was on a fade all down the long round.
I didn't have either.
Neither.
No.
Every time they give you the bullshit, 10 dudes, 5 dudes.
And Penn has probably put on the most consistent performance we've seen on stream tonight. He's picking his spots well, and he's making sure he gets max value whenever he's in the hand. So we got a dealer change coming up, which means another PLO double board bomb pot. As Coolhead Luke makes his way into the box, we will use this time again to remind you we got lots coming your way, including just 7 days from today, the bigger one, a 50K guaranteed tournament. And we're going to go ahead and do that every first Thursday of the month here at Texas Card House, Houston. So if you're looking for something to do on your Thursday night, come on by. We've got a seat open for you, and we're happy to give you a shot at this prize pool. It's going to be a ton of fun, to say the absolute least.
It's Jerry after it's on Jerry after. Like, if you go down to West Hammer and turn right on Jerry after, it's like there. Everyone's in the bomb already?
Just huh?
Adult night.
Adult night.
I missed the night. We stayed.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for them to tell me if they were going to go or not. Somebody had to pack up their house.
Jamie, not disappointing. 44% of the hands he's raising first in.
Definitely so. Yeah, it's just been one of those nights where we're used to seeing Jamie win about 70 to 80% of the hands that he's in. Tonight's just not panned out that way for him. A lot of clubs and a very frustrated Catman at seat 8. His own words, not mine.
Does make me feel a little bit better about my earlier prediction. And we do see value with the king high clubs.
Preston, you took the thoughts right out of my brain, sir. And just so everybody else on the same page, this is what we want.
Mark does see himself with an absolutely massive top 2 pair and up and down on that top board. We also do see that there is not going to be a heart flush that comes there. Royu does have draws to better 2 pairs, and a lot of them.
3 ways we go.
And there it is. Mark comes in on the top.
Yeah, 3-4 checks, 6 best, 1.
Well, it would appear that we are not going to have the no chop pot. Again, this could get very interesting. Well, not so much
We
anymore.
could have a...
Nope. Not possible at this point. It will be chopped up.
Unless we see any kind of fold, which I can't imagine. Although we haven't seen Mark play a lot of hands. He could get anxious that he's either going to get quartered here or lose to a flush, a better straight. He does have the straight on bottom though, which does make him call. And we do see that chop off.
Well, there it is. Again, for the style of play we're seeing with 2 cards, the 4-card play tonight has just been anticlimactic. But nonetheless, that's the way bomb pots are designed. 2 winners.
Most definitely.
Somebody double me up. Oh, I doubled.
I wanted to throw another little tidbit in there. So as you see, we've got 8 starting flights, a $250 buy-in. So I know you said you weren't too much of a tournament player, but in playing tournaments like this, you know, how many bullets you think it takes to get into the money? A $250 buy-in, 8% move to day 2.
Well, fingers crossed only one, but I do know that that is not the case. Tournament poker, very, very different structure. I know that I was in Vegas a couple months ago, and they had a couple tournaments at the Golden Nugget where I'd heard 10, 12, 13 buy-ins to get into the money for some of those multi-flights. So be prepared to rebuy if you are heading up to TCH Dallas this weekend. Be prepared for some fireworks.
Definitely so. I was actually at the Nugget recently on my last Las Vegas trip. Ended up playing in one of their mystery bounty events, actually, in their Grand Series. Made a deep run in that, and the gentleman who was sitting to my left on my day 2 table draw had bought in 21 times to this particular event. Granted, it was like an $800 buy-in, so I mean he spent a pretty penny.
I hope that he won that top mystery bounty.
Oh, he was out within 20 minutes of day 2 starting, unfortunately.
Hard to hear.
Yeah.
Hard to hear. But great to know that if you do make day 2 of that tournament in Dallas, you are in the money, as 12% are getting paid and only 8% move on to day 2.
That's correct.
Big flush draw here for Matthew. 10 with the middle pair. Trying to charge Matthew's hand. Pot's already getting big. That may cause it to go check-check since Matthew took the passive line.
Got to seal the deal for Penn, though, with trip 8s.
And Penn's check back could work out very well for him. Matthew does not bleed out here.
Penn going to get paid with the kill button bonus.
He does go small, 3rd pot. Oh no. Matthew, the way he's talking, very hard to pull off a bluff here.
I'm getting raised, so that's a good sign. Missed diamonds, but I'm a pair.
We wanted to say this. I want to say this.
4 to 1 only needs 25.
You didn't want me to fold, man. You owe me $150 if this is wrong. God damn it, you owe me $150.
Matthew costing himself and costing the table, but he did put up a valiant defense.
But you gotta pay the piper.
Pair and a flush draw. I missed it.
10 extra bucks from everybody else, making another quick 80 bucks on top of a $815 pot. So good drag in again for the very consistent play of Penn this evening. And he is the big winner so far, up 4,700. Boy, it wasn't 2 hours ago where we were talking about Catman being the big winner, and what's happened to his stack so far since then has been a steady downward trend, still in the profit area. But again, lots can happen in 50 minutes of live broadcast, as well as the hours of play that will happen after the cameras are cut off.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
He stood up and left. No one's seeing him.
Yeah, we'd love to see an action-packed last hour.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, here's a good start.
Yeah. Sorry.
We have the second tightest player at the table, Queens. It looks like Aki has left us for the evening. We wish him the best of luck wherever he ends up.
All right, so 3 raises or so. Yes. And then 4 folds, 6 folds.
Very large sizing here.
And 9 calls. 1 raises.
Knows his opponents, though.
Oh, yeah.
Dustin going 6x against Mark, and Mark says, I'm going to punish you right now for your insolence.
I know. Isn't that a shame? I really wanted to play that hand.
Hey,
Dustin's
Dustin's
probably going to call here.
Yeah. There it is. He does make the call.
Yeah.
Sweat up for the stream.
No more action.
Mark probably not realizing how far ahead he is.
Oh shit!
did?
Give him. No, I ripped that bitch. Fuck it.
One time.
Sorry.
Rip it.
I don't think I can win more than one.
He's probably correct. Now he cannot win.
Yeah, that's it.
He is drawing dead, which means that one of the 4s was burned. Yep.
I have done it.
So a flop set of queens is all it's going to take as Mark will double up.
No sweat, my friend. Nice hand.
Patience is a virtue. We've seen that from Mark in the 3-seat all evening. And this time it will pay off for him.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Oh, okay. I was told he can't move during the stream. That's a little shit. I didn't know. Yeah, I never knew that. I didn't know that.
Mark, that big hand. Cleaned himself up over 1,000. Nice climb, my friend. Slow and steady wins the race.
And Aki's
Time on
still
28.
in the graphic there, but again he has taken his stack and left. Ended up with a $41 loss on the evening. But
Not a
again,
bad
sitting
price to
with,
pay.
sitting with this crew, it's not a bad bandage to walk away with.
Not at all. I would have paid $40 to have the action that he had tonight for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Get to sit and play with these guys.
And back to the action we get as Ryu wakes up with the snowmen, pocket 8s.
One raises.
A little bit of a loose call there from Penn, but I respect it. Got to do it every once in a while.
Small blind game, showing its, rearing its beautiful head. Again,
Yeah.
Re-ways to the flop we go.
Satisfying.
Flop comes ace high, 2 spades, ace king 6. Top pair for Dustin.
and Penn leading out, trying to represent a hand like Dustin has, a weak ace. No one's buying it yet.
That could make it a little easier for him.
A quick check and roll you. Betson gets quickly shown that he is not in the lead.
I gotta say, I don't really understand the desire to bet there for Ryu, especially on a board like this. I mean, what are you representing in this point? I mean, it's kind of hard to represent, you know, Queen 10 in a spot like this.
Is the most that I can think is that
on 28. Time.
he does not have sets, except for maybe a set of sixes based on the pre-flop action.
I mean, we know this. He's drawing dead, but in his mind, he's
Time
got
on 28.
He does let it go. Nice hand, Dustin.
Does show him the ace of hearts in doing so. And a big thanks to everybody spending their Thursday evening with us at Texas Card House Houston. 5-5, no limit is the game. As we take a look here, our stack sizes and earnings. Throwing the party tonight down a little over $7,000 is Dustin.
Can I get another and a red Gatorade?
Ryu with the abysmal 10-4, gonna go ahead and make a fold. Jamie right behind him. Well, you know, Catman loves those suited aces. Darn shame he wasn't at the table for that one.
R.I.P. to what could have been a very fun hand for him.
That means $10, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
And with the well-timed raise in the small blind, Dustin gonna take it down and
Didn't even notice.
not only the small blind, no, he was
Kill button.
cut off. He was the kill button game winner.
I had a good one. But how many times we could do that with, you know, everybody go smoke. Smoke break and shit. Let me just...
All right, it looks like tonight's prize pool was posted for the 20K guaranteed tournament. Care to venture a guess on where we landed this evening?
I'm going to go with $24,000.
24,000 is close. We wound up with 21,600.
Nice.
Yeah, 21,600 in the prize pool.
Look at those eagle eyes you got over there.
Yeah.
Seeing that.
Oh yeah. Wish I could say that my eyesight was good, but I'm starting to need glasses to see the board now.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the club. We've got t-shirts.
Oh. Man. I guess I could try contact lenses first, you know, see what happens.
Definitely suggest that. Now Mark's spicing it up. The 7-6 offsuit on the button. Getting dominated by the ace-4, but this could be a very action flop.
Open ender for Mark is top pair and a gutter ball for Dustin. Queen not going to change much. And to the river we go. The Jack of Hearts won't change anything either, so this hand will be won by a pair of eights, provided he's not bet out. It will go check, check. And that's all she wrote.
$10 for everybody too after I get paid. Appreciate you.
Yeah, taking advantage of that kill button.
Yep, another $10 from each player.
You keep winning, man.
Dustin working that kill button. Nice hand, my friend.
Turning that into a $650 pot. The gain from the kill button game.
Would you mind letting someone else have a chance, sir? No. Give somebody else a chance? Yeah. No.
You want to go smoke right quick?
I'm down too much. As long as I got this right here, we're going to keep it going. Nah, right now.
Right mentality to have when you're down $7,000.
Exactly. Not going to win it back by sitting on the sidelines.
You are not.
I always like the 2-seat of the AC. I got these 4 eyes, so I got 6.
Looks like we got a straddle and a double straddle on.
This is a good game, boy. Good for a game, right? Nah, I fold. I can't do it, man. Here, look, take it. It's that bad. It's that bad. I wanted to.
Folds, 3 calls. I'm sorry, 1 fold, 2 calls, 3 and 4 folds.
Trust me, I wanted to.
Call with the King 3 of Hearts. Ryu with Ace Jack not going anywhere.
Somebody else be raising it.
Alright, hold on. 1 second. Let me 7 folds, 7 folds.
And here comes the Catman with a suited ace.
It is a good squeeze hand. He has shown relatively passive lines, as we've mentioned previously. But he says no more.
Gonna make it 320 to go. Pen behind him with the suited king, cutting out a call.
In context, maybe he can go a little bit bigger here, especially given effective stacks. He would likely beat resistance from Ryu. given exact hands, but 325, probably going to get a lot of calls. And you are kind of sandwiched post-flop between these two.
So just under a grand pre-flop. The flop comes Trey 6. Wow. Catman flopping trip 3s.
And Penn also
Oh my
flopping
goodness,
trip
I had
3s.
forgotten about that.
I am shocked that that went checks all the way through. If I'm Catman, I'm probably leading out small to try and charge pairs over cards to float. And now what size does he go with here? I think something like 300.
Around 350 actually, yeah, 300, 350.
This is going to be disaster for Penn unless he improves on the river. He split the difference between us.
You know what? I'll take it. We'll call it a win for the both of us.
And Penn has to decide, do I call here? Do I raise? Do I try and charge these queen X's? Do I charge the flush draws? I probably tend towards a raise here. Probably somewhere near 1,000.
Well, as Tim would say, the book says I should bluff. And then value bet.
That does sound about right.
Yeah.
It's going to go a little smaller, it looks like. Basically clicking it.
760 is the raise. And Catman.
Smiley.
Draw to 100. Cut it to 320.
About 4 grand behind.
Very reasonable.
Really?
Oh.
Oh! Aha! Is it 3? Oh! Shit! Oh! Wait! H3? Oh!
Oh, the slow roll.
Don't laugh yet!
Don't laugh yet.
We go to the river.
What you got? No, what you got?
Oh, that's actually a sick one, dude. That's a sick one. They're like 20 bigs deep. Effectively. It cuts trips for trips. Yeah, I kick it for a second.
Wait for the graphics to catch up here for absolutely massive 5,500 pot.
Oh, you thought you said me.
Locked it up for Catman.
19.
Wow.
19 total.
Oh my gosh, dummy got reward. I always 323.
Oh god, so stupid. Hey, who gave action?
19 what?
19 flat. Yeah.
No, the action players aren't this table. Go this flat out, tell you.
His personality really coming out.
Both got your hand in the cookie jar. I'm gonna call one. One got out. When the block came, were you like, I don't deserve this?
I'm like, oh, how the fuck that?
Huge
oh my
hand.
God, no, so stupid.
That's
For
crazy.
Catman.
I don't even know I was in a
And
practice
for
suit.
his first
Like if it was suited. The famous last words.
Wow, was it a big one?
Way cooler. Unfortunate for Penn.
See there, he's still up just a grand.
Got his ass.
Catman back to the leader in earnings for the evening. Come full circle, it seems.
No, it's not.
Sick part is even when he turns.
Looks like we got a new character joining our show in C5.
That's the sick part is even when he turns over the 3, you're still feeling good about your hands. You're the king
Yeah.
here.
I did feel like
You get 3, 4, 3, 5. You know, like 2, 3.
So dumb.
I hope they will have a name to go with that face in just a moment.
So dumb.
You gotta say
Did you call me a net? No? Okay.
And a reminder, the 20K guarantee doesn't stop just because it's not Thursday. Tuesday nights here at Texas Card House, Houston. Got ourselves the 20K guaranteed progressive knockout bounty tournament.
Oh, there we go.
And an awesome chance for you to bring all your friends, which will just end up looking like big dollar signs to you as soon as y'all sit down at the bell.
And for those that aren't familiar with the progressive structure, it is a case where you have $100 of bounties in front of you when you start. When you knock somebody else out, you take half of the bounty stack that you have in front of you, them, and you put it in your pocket, and you add the other half to your stack. So your stack will continue to grow while you're in the tournament, and if and when you get knocked out, somebody else is going to take half of that stack, put it in their pocket, and then put the rest on their stack. It does create for some very interesting structures and some very large bounty payouts as you get deeper and deeper, which does provide for a lot of action. Great way to spend your Tuesday.
I was going to say, not to mention just the action that occurs with your normal chip stack as a consequence of all that.
We do see some big hands here.
The King's 10. Oh my goodness.
Oh man. And Dustin, true to form, that's half pot. Snap jammed by Penn, who did just get massively coolered. Now is on the other end of it, although I'm not sure this qualifies.
I don't know about that, but regardless, Dustin, if he wants to continue to just donate this evening, this will be the chance to do it.
Is a very, very large raise here, especially given the timing tell. Pretty hard to be balanced, even if Dustin does have that blocker to a set that Penn didn't have.
So a good fold by Dustin, one of the more disciplined plays we've seen from him so far. You take a look, down just about $7,500 so far in the evening. So as we enter the last half hour of live stream play, I don't know if your prediction's going to hold up, frankly, Rich. I don't know.
It's Texas Card House. You never know here.
Not over until a fat lady sings, right?
Exactly, exactly. And I don't hear no music yet, so.
Let me put on a wig and warm up.
Oh man, not sure that we need that, but what we could use is some nice, exciting hands to finish out the stream. We have seen a massive cooler a couple hands ago. A flop set last hand. What can this hand bring?
If I had like a 9 or something to go with it.
All right, I'm thinking flop trips against a river flush.
Okay, well,
All right.
we do have the beautiful 7-2 suited.
I was gonna raise it, but I was like, let me try to see if I can get it in me.
Preston, I like where your mind's at. Sir.
Brutal, my friend.
Brutal, and I love it.
Brutal. Well,
And maybe a flop set.
we could definitely have a flop set versus river flush here.
All right.
8 raises to 320. 9 folds.
Catman going very large again. Knowing his customers, Dustin with the same hand that got him in trouble a little while ago.
Tim.
Jackson Kings
Go ahead.
leading so far.
Out of position, he checks, thinking way ahead or way behind.
Oh shit.
Interesting, Catman hog calling Dustin on its way to bet as the 10 of spades will hit the river, sealing a victory for Catman.
Could go either way here with the checker bet.
Catman checks, Dustin checks back, and that's all it's going to take. As a small blind game win for the Catman as well.
Oh, he's just getting okay.
No, the small blind is fine.
Check You got me back on that, huh? You invite me to the game.
You.
Who invited this guy?
Yeah, you're definitely coming back tomorrow. I mean, next week.
So y'all just streaming this one day a week?
Yeah, every Thursday. Yeah.
That's right. Every Thursday here, we've got the Catman special, the 5x10, as well as the biggest tournament of the week and the month here at TCH Houston.
Didn't try to fund because
And it looks like C5 has been taken over by an old favorite. Ali joins the game with just over $1,000 to play with. Again, for all those watching, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet and hit that little bell icon as well, now would be the time to do so. Never miss any action from Texas Card House.
I'll get your number and then. Good. Here you go. I have your number.
Mark with ace 10. Got to stick around and see a flop after the $25 straddle. Ryu with his patented suited king.
Do have a lot of players here that like getting into the action with these suited cards.
Dustin in a great position to squeeze, though. Looks like he's going to raise the action to about 250.
how bad is it? He's trying to take it back so quick.
Pretty bad, man.
10x raise here. Let's see if he gets any customers.
Oh. There you go. Can't help himself.
You're not wrong.
Nothing can be worse than 6-2.
Catman with 10-8 and the kill card. Will end up pitching it, so a suited king against a suited ace.
Stacks are relatively small here, so let's see it getting in.
Wow.
On this flop in particular.
Do not see how this flop can get any worse for Ryu.
He does have that backdoor nut flush draw working, as well as a pair. It's hard to make a pair and hold him. Hard to fold against a player like Dustin as well, given tonight's action.
Every time he does this, straight up Wesley.
He's going to get max value off hands like this.
Straight up Wesley move.
We should all do it with
A little over a third. Oh no. Oh.
That is insanity.
We'll wait to see this river, but
Everybody are rough.
I'm pulling for Dustin. I am sorry, Ryu. Wow.
Man, oh man, Jamiroquai must have invented this thing because that was virtual insanity right there. The eye roll tells me everything I need to know.
Maybe not the way that Ryu thought he was going to win that one in this fight. Hard to do.
You're running bad. I'm here. I know, you're running bad. And I had it too. So, that's pretty bad.
I don't know. That's a call. It was suited. I don't care. Not there fucking nut fun draw and I miss everything.
That's a flop for Dustin.
Well, I don't know how you can swap any better. Other than swapping the nut flush to begin with.
Like, hey Wes, you want to stop by and use simple a bit?
Buy it for 3 million, play the
We're not playing 5-5. Okay, 3 million.
I don't have a 3 million. Bottom pair. No, he snapped with bottom pair. I spot top pair.
Ouch indeed, Preston. Ouch indeed.
Bottom pair fucking tripped up on the turn.
Who did that?
It's a hard pill to swallow. You're not running that well. You flop the absolute world. You just cannot hold on. Sometimes it's just not your night.
You know, later in this broadcast, I would love to have seen Mark maybe open his range a little bit to something with, you know, like that 6-4 he just folded. You know, he's got such a tight image right now at the table. And even someone HV with pocket 10s, even when they call that raise, ace hits the flop, they're going to have to pitch it every time. They know he's at least sitting on something like ace-jack suited.
I agree in general, although I will say that we've seen a lot of incredibly loose calls pre-flop, which does really disincentivize you from bluffing. A very interesting hand here with Dustin flopping a gutter ball and that 9 high flush draw.
To the turn we go. That'll complete the flush for Dustin.
And as we can see, has it completely locked up.
Yeah, diamonds not going to change anything for anybody, really.
Hard to get value.
Dustin going to ship it with his flush.
He's betting less than half pot. HV being last act does help him as well when we see Penn fold, which I can't imagine we see anything else. There are a lot of hands that you're losing to if you're HV. Obviously, any flush is within Dustin's range. Could have backed into 2 pair, 5-8, 6-8. Does have straights. Not many logical bluffs to lead out with on the river into 2 players.
And 10s right now virtually with second pair.
It does say 940 on the graphic. Which does mean he's getting about 1.5 to 1. He's got to find pure bluffs here. And Dustin betting 940 into was only a $600 pot.
There it is. And now to answer your question, Mr. Costa, the kill card is part of a bounty game that they play here every week. How it works is you win a pot, you get the bounty card. And if you were to win 2 in a row, or if you were to hold on to the bounty card by winning another pot, everybody is going to have to pay you $10. And this trend continues until you lose the bounty card. So it's just a game they play to encourage more action. It sure is a lot of fun to watch. See Dustin taking down that pot with the 9 high flush. We move on. We take a look there. Dustin still down just under 8,000. Been a rough night to say the least.
$10 strat.
Nobody wakes up in the morning saying I'm going to go lose $10,000 today, but you got darn close.
As we've said, we still got a little bit of time in this stream. A little time to turn it all around.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be one of the guys that hangs around until 6 a.m. when the game breaks anyway. So.
Off stream, great opportunity when the cameras go off. The action goes up.
Yeah, that's when legends are made, when nobody's watching.
Most definitely.
No problem, Mr. Costa. Glad we could help you.
Holy shit.
Wow. Give my card. Really thought that was what they made.
I'll pay 20.
So, I'm not blind. I just watched 3 pocket pairs, ace 10 and king queen limp into a $10 pot, right?
You are not blind.
Okay, I thought I was.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. 9's full for you. Was that a 9 or was that a 10?
It looks like it was ace ace 10, so Mark does flop the Nutter Butters.
Yeah, that looks like a 9 to me on the board. And then again, we just had this conversation that oh, it is a 10. You know what? I'm just gonna go get fitted for my glasses now, Rich. I'm
That
sorry.
sounds like a good call. We do see the backdoor diamonds come in for Penn, which, as we know, will not be good.
And
Mark.
Preston, we appreciate you, buddy. Hope you've subscribed and hit that bell button, man. There's plenty more where this came from.
Betting third pot here. Dustin looks like he's a non-believer. Getting a good price, 4-1. He does make the discipline laydown. And Penn wants to see a diamond. This could be very bad for him. It does not come.
I think that definitely saved him some money on the river, for sure.
I don't think it did. Oh, he looked like he wanted to. When you're at the bottom of your range, only way to win is bluffing. But just hard to see Mark showing up with something that's gonna bet fold.
He's played 7 hands all night. He's won every hand he's played.
Wow. He's waiting on me to do something great.
You take a look there, he is up a little over 1,200 bucks, so solid night's work from Mark.
Very nice. Good job, Mark. Nice hand.
Wait, go straight to
Let it dominate.
I knew I was gonna have trouble getting action.
Now you don't. Stick to the program.
It's full though, right? It's full right now.
Well, you can put your name on it.
Make it 10 hands for you.
Next hand here. Double
Looks like we'll get another hand in before another dealer change.
We missed 2.
Or we have another 4-card bomb pot, which will definitely be the last one of our broadcasts, so I'm hoping this one turns into something special.
As a wise man said in the chat a little while ago, open for no chops. No chops only.
Y'all change it out. I put
He changed it out.
They just he won. No, they just won it. I just won it. Yeah, we just put it back on. That's what I'm saying.
I just put
He just added it. It was 90. He just added it 10. I'm like, he was supposed to be like, I know I just won it.
8, 9, 7. He just wanted it.
yeah, he won it. And then 8 and 9 and I mean.
Kojak for Dustin. He'll raise the action up to 175. Penn right behind him with Queen 10 says no thank you. And hey now, welcome to the table, Ali with Ace King suited. Just gonna flat here with Ace King. What do you think about just the flat there?
I do think that if he is under the gun, I probably do want to go ahead and raise there, not give Ryu an opportunity to see a flop cheaply. Take a betting lead away.
Does flop top pair, top kicker, backdoor clubs for Dustin and Ryu.
I would say you don't want this to check through as Ali, which would be another reason to 3-bet pre, but as we can see, Dustin wasn't going to let that happen. Dustin maybe wanting to get a little speculative here. Hoping that he has 2 overs. Would be pretty hard in this configuration to have that. Does fold. Nice hand, sir.
There you go. We're going to have a dealer change and a bomb pot coming your way as we enter the final 15, 16 minutes of our broadcast. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're each going to make one bold prediction. We're talking Terry Bradshaw predictions on Sunday morning football show.
Hail Mary,
right?
throw it up.
Oh, yeah. What's your Hail Mary prediction right now?
We are going to see a $6,000 pot within the next 15 minutes.
Next 15 minutes, a 6K pot. Okay. All right, let's see here. I am going to throw my chips on Ali doubling up 2 more times.
2 more
2 more
times.
times.
2 more
before
times.
the stream is over.
Heard.
All right.
6K pot or Ali doubling up 2 more times.
Oh yeah.
Let's see some bold predictions in the chat too. What are you guys throwing up there as your Hail Mary for the last 15 minutes?
Oh yeah.
What would you just love to see?
Get a couple of boards for everybody to play with. You know, it may just be a bold prediction to say that we have a bomb pot that isn't a chop at this point.
That is too bold. That would be the boldest prediction that we would have made.
Yeah, it really would have. That's an interesting flop.
Oh wow, with 9-10 too. Stage 1 board, clubs on the other. There are a lot of potentially very good hands here, and we do see Ali with the bottom end of it. On top.
The sucker end of the straight, we call it.
You see Jamie with the top set.
Flush draw for Matthew on the top board.
Catman also with the sucker end of it. Matthew with 2 pair on bottom as well. Mark's Jack 8 may not be in there anymore, but does have a. He did call. Jamie with Jack 8 as well. I see a lot of very action cards here on the turn. We already have a $465 pot. A little less than 10% of the way there. These were not the right cards.
No, not at all.
Queen on the bottom would have been really nice for action.
Oh, definitely.
Interesting. Matthew, it's saying he has the bottom board locked up. That must be due to dead cards.
Definitely so. Not to mention the nut straight and the flush redraw. No, not a flush redraw. The flush draw down below. Penn wisely going to avoid any further confrontation.
Ali gets in there with the bottom end.
So the flush complete down below for Matthew, and how maybe we should have made this prediction. Nut for Matthew up top. Second nut for Matthew down below.
Ali may just not have enough to continue here.
Definitely going to make him pay for it. He's going to put Ali all in. If he wants to make this call, it will felt him to do so.
He does wisely lay it down. Nice hand, Matthew.
Yeah, we're not done just yet, Preston. We still got 10 minutes to figure out which bold prediction Rich and I made comes to fruition.
Yours did become a little easier now that Ollie has a smaller stack, I will say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best of luck, my friend. Here's to hoping you do double up twice, and one of those is in a $6,000 pot.
And here's our VPIP, and no surprise who the first and last place positions are in the VPIP this evening. Dustin all the way up, and Mark all the way down as Catman with a suited natural 9 will make the call. Mark
There we
gonna
go.
go ahead and raise it. There we go.
Doing exactly what you asked for a couple hands ago. Spicing it up.
Ryu is suited. He's got his favorite hand, any 2 cards. He's gonna go ahead and make the call.
6, call. 8, call.
Catman gonna stick around as well. Dustin, of course.
Let's see how Mark plays this button. Going to be a lot of flops that miss everyone but him. That being one of them.
Definitely. Couple of hearts though for Ryu.
Very good point. And a lead out for, looks like over half pot.
About 300, yes.
Mark undeterred.
Does have a open-ended draw for Broadway and the King High straight.
And effectively, only one pot-sized bet left. Just a little more. Not sure that I like a lead out here from Ryu, but he will not be deterred. What about 400?
Yeah, Mark right behind him, sitting on 1,200. Just going to go ahead and make the call. So we will go to the river. 5 outs for Ryu. And Bank City, there it is. Wow.
And now you have to like it all in here. Mark, you can't like your hand anymore. You bluff catch, but what are the bluffs that get here?
Ryu does jam.
Nine, 8. With only one heart. Otherwise, it's really hard to find him. And a good fold. Nice hand, Ryu.
Definitely so. Banking the flush on the river, taking down a good-sized pot, collecting the kill card. Again, to answer an earlier question in the stream as well, if you want to play on this live stream on this game with these guys, you got a chance to put your name on the list to do so. Just go on the Poker Atlas and look for TCH Live Thursdays at Texas Card House Houston. Get you on the list and we'll get you on the table. Chance to sit where all the action is and drag in the occasional pot yourself.
7 straddle, $10.
Matthew waking up with the 9s. Go ahead and raise the action up to 50. Dustin right behind him with 6-4. He is going to call. Oh boy, darn shame that Mark was not there for his
Hate
queens.
to see those black queens go in the muck.
Oh boy. Heads up we go. Flop comes all spades. Matthew withholding the 9 of spades to accompany second pair.
Interesting decision to lead out for almost half pot here on a monotone board. Just knows that Dustin's going to float with the 6-4 offsuit, looking for a 5.
It's like another half pot bet. And
Really going
snap
thin
call.
here.
Well, 8 of diamonds. Not changing anything. Matt now going to go ahead and check, and looks like it's going to be a $4 bet, and Matt going to go ahead and make the call. So great check on the river, getting more value out of Dustin. This continues to bleed his stack. Yeah, we're at that time that I want to throw a few shout-outs out there. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Eric Green, taking care of the back end for us today. Fantastic job as usual. All of the dealers that helped us out this evening as well. Alejandro, Catherine, Joseph, Teddy, Luke, Daryl. Thank you very much. Could never do this without you. Our illustrious floor staff, including Justin Shaft, Alan Lee, and Michael Carr this evening. Cannot do an operation like this without you. Catman gonna fold the 6 deuce absently.
Would not have been folding that if he were there.
Oh, absolutely not. No, that's a raise every time.
I'm sure he will look back on that and rue not being there to play 6 deuce off.
For you with ace tray off suit, we'll stick around a little while longer. And Matthew with jack 10, so 3 ways we will go to the flop.
Get rid of my reds, that's how you know I have a really good hand.
A little bit of bad etiquette there,
Yeah,
using
exactly.
the reds. Let's use some bigger chips when we're making those calls, ladies and gentlemen. Make life easier on everybody.
Queen, queen, 7 the flop, 2 clubs. Ryu holding the nut club in his hand.
Maybe trying to set up a bluff line here.
I don't understand a call here from Dustin, I'm not going to lie to you.
6 bet 100.
He's got the best hand that's not a pair and not ace king or ace jack
Ace 7.
or ace 9 or ace 8.
Ryu
Or
comes away with it.
Very nice hand, Ryu.
Nice hand, sir.
Very nice hand indeed.
Oh! Did you never even notice? He just plays ace 3 off anyway.
Got word from the production staff. We're going to have about 3 more hands before we got to speak goodnight to everybody. Big thanks to everybody who's been hanging out with us all evening. And the Catman special, 5-5 no limit.
Great game. Never fails to disappoint when these guys are on the table.
Never.
I'm an artist.
Was darn near Catman's 1-3. So.
These guys wouldn't let that happen today.
No, absolutely not.
This is art. Art. This is art. Okay. Max value. That's actually art. Max value.
One straddle 25.
Dustin ended up straddle 25. Ace queen now for HV has been pretty quiet this last hour.
He has. After getting into a lot of hands early, he has been on kind of the wrong side of variance with respect to his pre-flop holdings. Now clearly on the right side, but unfortunately running into the beautiful ace king.
Not to mention the walking sticks for Jamie.
650.
And Matthew wants to make this hand expensive.
One fold, three fold.
Good disciplined fold from
Very,
HV.
very disciplined.
There's a very large size that Matthew chose to take.
I'll take it. Art.
It does take it down with no pair. Nice hand.
Beautifully done.
That's right, baby.
Beautifully done. As we take another look here, the stacks and earnings Catman so far, with a couple hands left in the live stream. The big earner,
I haven't gotten the kill yet.
just
So.
under $4 grand in.
I've won this
Meanwhile,
long.
Dustin down
He's
almost
got
10.
like 6.
In a rough night to say the least for the gentleman in the 1 seed, but I will say this: you will not find a better sport
No.
than Dustin in the 1 seed. The nicest guy of all time, just catching some cold ones today.
No doubt. He has handled it very graciously. Still seems like a very enjoyable person to have on the table with you. And that is very hard to say when you have lost that amount. So real props to you, Dustin. And best of luck finishing out the stream.
Dustin waking up with the dog, K9.
One bet 100, two fold, three fold.
And HV,
It's 200.
of course, right behind him with a better king.
And he does go
boy.
small. Oh, wow.
Matthew with the kill card and a suited ace king.
Second time in a row, he's improved his offsuit ace king to a suited one. What size will he take? Will he go big again?
Thinking maybe around 800.
9 rings, 1,000.
Oh, just 1,000 straight.
One all in.
And all in for Dustin for just 100 more.
We'll be very interested to see how HV navigates this.
1,105.
Probably looking for a live read there. It is not open if it gets back to Matthew, but it does look like HV puts him to the test.
Boy, oh boy.
All in.
That sure is unfortunate.
Sad reality of the situation is they're probably just going to end up chopping Dustin's 1.1.
You have aces? Okay, good. That's all.
Dustin does have 3 nines.
No, I don't have kings.
He's drawing
Ace
2.
king of diamonds.
Do you need a mouse?
Close.
You suited?
There we go. And guess who is correct, ladies
You
and
got it.
gentlemen?
You got it.
With full bullshit.
Oh my god, he's got
Almost a
king.
$10,000 pot here.
Honestly, you deserve it. Honestly, Dustin, you deserve it.
All of it for what he's entitled to. He's break even this
That
year.
matter to me. Yeah, man, might be that though. Anybody want to side bet? I think that 9 might be it though. They both got ace king?
Thank God.
Just shy of 10K in the middle. Dustin running for just over 3 of it.
Alright, Dustin, twice
I'm
or
gonna sit
what?
on the side between ace king and ace king.
So how does it work for the side then?
You guys can still go twice.
Oh, y'all want to go two twice, 2 boards, or you want to go fucking 1 time?
I'll go to 2 boards.
Rip it all
Diamonds, let's go.
They're running at one time.
One's got diamonds, looks like. Oh! Okay.
Oh, they look like 9s.
Yeah.
They circled around it. It does give him a back 4.
Yeah, I'm free rolling, yeah.
Obviously also drawn to a 9.
Okay, it's 7.
What? That's
Yeah,
4 outs for him?
7 or
7?
9. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
7 or 9?
Yeah, that would be cool.
That'll do it there. It's going to be chopped up between the ace king.
Nope.
I thought we were making a move when I.
Yeah. Yeah.
The unfortunate run for
I just got ace king back to back
continues.
hands. I just got good hands.
That's how he's been walking all the
Yeah?
game. That's how
I had ace king, yeah. You folded those. Good fold. Good fold. I had ace king that hand too. Alright, that's it. Peace, man.
I got deuce 3, bro.
I was thinking to call.
Hey, look.
Hey, your hands like that, that's
Sweat.
the one.
Big
Catman saying he was thinking about calling $4,000 to flop with deuce 3. Yes, he would have won.
Crazy hands.
Oh, the stack both up the board.
What would have been about a $13,000 pot
Whole week, man.
with it in there.
I'm trapping.
Poker reels for a couple weeks to come.
Oh!
Step aside, Robbie J. Lou. We got the attention on TCH now.
How do I lose it?
Good job, chop.
You chop anyway.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Neutral hand.
And now we
Show me-
got
show me the
2
rule book
hands
on that
for
one. I
our
feel like I'm
second
bad.
bold prediction to come true. Ali, what do
I
you
shouldn't
think?
lose
Can you
the-
double
shouldn't
up
lose the
2
card.
hands in a
I
row?
still have the card.
It's okay.
No, no. I'm just an outrage. Oh, 4.
Hey, fuck out. Oh, you got this.
You get the 4.
Wait, let's leave. Let's leave.
That's okay.
No, we win.
Hey, fight for this.
Oh, that's right.
You would have had queen, you would have scooped.
I know. Go ahead.
Looks like Dustin did have enough.
Anywhere.
To disappear into the main room.
I know you got kings.
My queens, I'm not sure. It's tough to call 4K off.
Unfortunate night, but I'm sure he will be back at it next week. And best of luck to you then, my friend. Hoping it's more like last week than this week.
Go heads up with him.
Yeah.
I don't think I can make that.
Ali with 8-7 of diamonds. Now the Catman will raise it up to 50 to go, holding 9-7 off suit. Matthew right behind them with the Cowboys.
It's premium after premium for seat 9. Place you want to be right now. Sizing again very big, but small blind game is active. And Ali says, I do not want your prediction to be wrong. So I'm going to go with it.
There we go. They call that ham a nutcracker for a reason.
Not sure what Catman's thinking about. We all know that he's calling.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Curse of the commentator.
Yeah, there you go.
7.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Open-ended for Ali.
Interested to see what Matthew does as far as sizing here.
9,200.
The jam is very reasonable from Ali. And that's what happens.
How about 5 all in?
So all in, we know that this is going to happen.
Oh, okay, all right. That's a fair fight.
All right, this could
Very
work.
fair
This
fight,
could
yes.
happen. All
No
right.
doubt at all. I like your odds right now.
Bingo! We got the first double up.
All right. Now we're just looking for one more for our friend Ali.
Yeah.
Nice hand, my
Let's
friend.
go aces against kings with Catman. Let's call it like that. I like
Oh
that.
boy. Nice hand, Ali. Very nice.
95.
On the left hand of the string?
All right, this is going to be our final hand of the stream. Yeah, big thanks to everybody who's been spending their evening with us.
Net down, though. After those 3 hands.
I know, you're down for 3 hands.
Yeah, ace, king, kings, down.
We chop.
Lost money.
You lost like 1,000.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
down 5.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Against fucking 7, 8.
You say last hand, right?
Last hand of the string.
How's that gonna work now?
I think we saw like 580 or, 550.
Yeah, it's right.
It's 4 hours total.
3 straddle 10.
It's still play, right? It's still play. 100, 200, 500.
Do it. Fuck it.
So away we go. Ryu with ace 10 to kick things off in our final hand.
Yeah, maybe only
$50 straddle from Ali.
Again, making it even more likely that both of our Hail Marys could come through on this wonderful Thursday night here at TCH Houston.
I'll be nice. I was going to raise, but it's last hand, so. I want to get booed off the table, so.
See our
FaceTime.
good friend Alan Lee stepping in
Let's go,
behind
family clap.
Joseph.
Come on.
HV with ace deuce and Ali with 8 tray offsuit.
This one might be a little hard. Definitely possible.
Man, I won my first tournament heads up with 8 tray offsuit, man. I've seen things happen. There we go. He flops a pair of trays.
Okay.
A pair of 4s for Matthew, still out in front, however.
And also with the 4s.
I'll let you guys trap me.
HV looking for a 5. 9-4. Catapult's pen.
Check fold.
Does give Catman top pair as well. That could get him into a good amount of trouble on the last hand.
Well, leads out, so one of our predictions came true.
Full pot size bet here for Catman. He does want to see another.
Oh, my God.
Matthew.
Come on.
Getting rid of the bat 4.
Easy.
Oh, that always stayed in. Oh,
Easy.
man, oh, man.
And milking it.
Too bad.
He does have the 4 that plays as
Oh,
well.
9-4. Oh, no.
Slightly better 2 pair. Big Catman.
Well, there you have it. 10 will win the final hand of our stream this evening. Well, it was a fun night of 5-5 no limit. A big thank you to everybody who stuck with us. A big thank you to everybody who was with us at some point. To those who are still here, make sure you've hit that subscribe button and click that little bell while you're at it. Don't miss anything. Take a look at our final stack earnings of the evening. Catman leaves the big winner. And again, we know that Dustin left the party thrower down a little over 10 grand this evening, but we're looking forward to having him back next week. On behalf of the entire illustrious crew here at Texas Card House Houston, our dealing staff, floor staff, and of course, my good buddy Rich, got anything you want to say to the folks before we sign off?
Nothing more than another fun night here and looking forward to it next Thursday. Y'all have a great night, Houston.
All right, get some sleep out there, y'all. You still got to work tomorrow.